Please take your seats. We're about to get started. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please come in and take your seats. Welcome. Great to see you all. I'm Sumi Somaskanda, and I am thrilled to be back on the stage for this year's Q Berlin. This is the 5th edition of Q Berlin, and over the next 2 days, we're going to be bringing you, probing discussions and debates on the most pressing questions of the immediate present and also of the future. Now, you might have seen the motto of this year's Q Berlin. You see it up here as well, the new unknown, navigating Zeitenwende. If you are from in Germany, in Berlin, you've probably heard this term, Zeitenwende, bandied about for the good part of a year. If you're from outside of Germany, we're very curious to see what you ascribe to this term, Zeitenwende, after 2 days of our conversation together. What we can certainly say is that it connotes a historic turning point. We are at a time of profound global shifts in the world. We are seeing an ongoing pandemic that we've lived through for more than 2 years, a war in Europe, an energy and economic crisis, and of course, an accelerating climate crisis. And at the center of all of these crises are global metropolises. Now, we wanted to talk to you about these crises and discuss with you these questions from this vantage point. This is the ICC, if you've never been here before. It is a futuristic, high-tech, decommissioned building from the 1970s that, if you know a little bit about Berlin, used to be a symbol of progress, an icon of West Berlin, a place where congresses and conferences took place. So we're excited to be able to bring you this discussion from this very special and unique place here in Berlin. But before I tell you more about the program and this space itself, I'd like to invite the directors of Q Berlin to the stage to give us their perspective and welcome you with their words as well. So I'll ask Lutz Henke and Burkhard Kieke to the stage.
Thank you, Sumi, and a hearty welcome. Sumi doing it for the second time, and she will lead us through the program as our anchor woman. Sumi is working for Deutsche Welle TV as a correspondent in Washington, and she came here to Berlin for Q. So, Sumi, thank you very much, and a big applause. Yeah, and if you look around here, I can say, welcome to Spaceship Enterprise. This is pure 70s, and we are so happy that we were given the task to warm up a little bit our ICC here. Our job, the job of Q, is let's give warp speed to congresses, to the ICC, and I think we'll see interesting things happening here in the next time. We have just a few housekeeping notes before the program starts with our governing mayor, and welcome, enjoy, relax, and well, we will have a lot of impact, I think, and a lot of thinking for you. We can look forward on a very interesting program with the movers, shakers, and thinkers of our times. Thank you very much. Lutz.
Thank you, Burkhard. As Burkhard already mentioned, today is also a lot about discoveries. So we are inside this spaceship. It still looks like Starship Enterprise, as Harald Junke, a famous Berlin entertainer, said when the building opened in '79. And we really would like to encourage you also to discover the building, of course, to discover the program. We want to talk about the new unknown and navigating Zeitenwende, which is lying ahead of us. And there are obstacles and challenges all cities have to tackle equally. So this is what we want to discuss on 2 days. Today is the first day, and you will have a packed program till 7:30 in the evening. But I also would like to encourage you to discover a little bit the situations we created around in the building. There will be an opportunity to go up to the roof garden, which indeed had been closed for the last 10 years. And then you can discover a kiosk curated by Arts of the Working Class. Downstairs in the building, there are augmented reality works of some collectives and people from Ukraine. They created them digitally around the building. We also will have a nightly program. So when you're here at 7:30, please join us to just have a debrief in the building till in the early morning at 2 a.m. And tomorrow, we can dive into the program. We will have deep dives, discussions, dialogues, where you can engage with the speakers and really emphasize also your point of view on the building and on our topics. We are very happy to have you.
Yes, and we're looking forward to a conference Berlin style. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Lutz and Burkhard. As they just said, we have so much to share with you today and tomorrow, and it's great to see so many of you gathered here for this Q Berlin. Today, we're going to be taking on 3 central questions that you might have seen in the program. First of all, can crises perhaps be change agents? Can they move us towards a more fundamental transformation? We're also going to look at whether such crises can help us forge more global cohesion and solidarity. And of course, the important question, how do we defend democracy in a time of fake news and propaganda? So those are the guiding questions of today, and we have really incredible speakers lined up for you, including Francesca Bria, Svetlana Tichanovskaya, Dusan Tekal will be speaking as well, and Peter Pomerantsev, and many, many more. So make sure that you stay with us for the entirety of the 2 days. Now, I also want to mention to you that if you're going to perhaps share some of the content that you're watching here on social media, if you have questions, do use the hashtag QBerlin2022. We'll be taking a look at some of those questions, and as Lutz said, tomorrow we have the deep dive where we get to bring you into the conversation as well. We'll be looking at those questions and taking note of them so that we can put them to our speakers. Now, I said the platform is this incredible space, the ICC, but really it is the city of Berlin, isn't it? And so at this point, I'm very happy to be able to invite the governing mayor of Berlin, Franziska Giffey, to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Are you already here? Good morning, Berlin. And a very warm welcome to all the guests of our International Metropolitan Conference. We are very delighted that we can give a little revival to our International Congress Center Berlin and to make it a place not only to remember the past, but especially to look to the vision of the future and to have a dialogue to think about the questions which all of us are affecting. And because today and tomorrow, this Metropolitan Conference is creating a shape to discuss about the global present, the future together, to have a spirit of commitment and confidence. And I would like to bring this positive spirit right at the beginning, even though the times we are living today, these times are not easy. On the contrary, we are confronted with multiple and intersecting crises. First, the climate change, the tough challenges not only in the future, but today as well. We have an affection especially to the megacities in the world, and already today, many people all over the world, more than 50% live in the cities. In the future, more than 70% of the world populations will live in the cities, and that's why we have to find the answers in the cities. And second, all around the globe, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused immense harm to people's health as well as our economies and societies. And we have to find solutions, and we have to cope with all the consequences of this pandemic. And third, we have this Russian war against Ukraine. And all over Europe, we are seeing this war. We see the consequences more than 6 months now. And even here in Berlin, we had a lot of people coming as refugees from Ukraine, more than 300,000 arriving. More than 100,000 people from Ukraine have stayed in Berlin, and some are also here today. And I want to welcome you very warmly, the people from Ukraine, the people who fight for humanity, for peace, and for democracy in Ukraine. A very warm welcome to all of you. And we chose the title of this conference as The New Unknown, Navigating Zeitenwende, of this Q Berlin, the questions we are facing in our time, how we can deal with the uncertainties and the Zeitenwende and find solutions to them. How can we show solidarity in a globalized world and ensure that everyone can live life in dignity? And how can we strengthen our democracies, which have really come under immense pressure? And one thing is clear, there are no simple answers to this question, but we can work together. And the cooperation across borders will sure be the motto of these 2 days. And the cities, they are in this place for a joint effort, and even more when we work together in the big cities, we can shape the global futures and we can find local solutions for the global challenges. And that's why I'm very delighted to welcome my colleague from Paris, Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris. Warm welcome. We are very pleased that you are here. Welcome to Berlin. And we do this conference at this special place, a symbol of the former Western Berlin, a symbol of the city of freedom, a symbol of the efforts to make progress in new developments in the city. And of course, we want to set a sign that this place that has not been used for a long time, it was in the pandemic a vaccination center, and sometimes we had some events here. But of course, in such a big building, we want to have new usage. We want to open it again for the public, for the Berliners, for the international guests, and we want to find a new usage to bring people here to think about the future, to bring culture here, to bring research here, to bring new technologies, innovation here, and the discussion about the greatest challenges. And maybe this can be today the first step to develop a strong concept for this place. And we will start an international competition for the usage of the ICC. And maybe when you are sitting here, you think about this and you get inspired and you have some ideas and maybe some contacts about the best architects in the world who say, okay, let's think about how to make this place a place where the vivid and the life of a city and the European community is taking place. So maybe you get an inspiration. But today it will be another focus. It will not only be this building. We have these big questions on how to make a sustainable development possible, on how to protect our democracy, and on how to work together to make the crisis manageable. And you are in a city which is on its way not just to be kids, not just to be the small neighborhood, but also the city which has an international approach in dealing with a new economy and dealing with digitalization and dealing with international exchange and experience, and also in finding solutions for the climate change, for the energy crisis, and for all these challenges we stand in front. And of course, I would like to say, I'm very delighted that we have so many women here, women who are leaders, political leaders, leaders in research, leaders in making a difference in the world, leaders in fighting for humanity, in fighting for human rights and democracy. And it was for me a very special wish that we have a good mixture, because you know all these international conferences. And sometimes you think, where are the women? But here you find them in Berlin. And I am proud that in 800 cities history here in Berlin, Berlin will be 800 years old in 2037. It belonged a long time, because I'm really the first elected woman as a mayor in all this long history. And you know, women in function in the leadership is not the solution for everything, but it's the first step. And and I think, and I'm convinced that Anne Hidalgo has the same approach, we have to support solutions where we have a diverse community of people who think about what is the best to be done in the future. And I'm very proud that we have so many diverse people here who think about the best solutions, and I think we have a strong responsibility even to support that in countries where this is not possible yet. We have countries where the women have not the opportunities. We have countries where gender equality is not reached at all. And we have to fight that a diverse society, and a society where women and men we are treated equally, is the precondition to be successful. And that is what I'm really convinced about. So we will have a full program of really great speakers today. So I want to welcome all of you. We have different perspectives of politics, of media, of research, of civil society engagement. And we do that in this city of Berlin with a very special history. And you know, I am born in a country that is not existing anymore. I was born in the eastern part of Germany in the year of 1978, so I'm 1 year older than the ICC. And for me, it is always something very, very special to be responsible in the city of Berlin, in this reunified and free country of Germany, And at the beginning of last week, we had the State President of Israel as a guest here in Berlin. And I had the honor to work together with him through the Brandenburg Gate in this reunified and free Berlin, together with the State President of Israel. And I cannot tell you how this feeling was, but I can tell you that this proudness and this deep emotion is the responsibility I feel that we have to do as political leaders today to defend our democracy and to defend what the people have fought for before us. They have fought for the freedom, and our responsibility is to take care that it is safe. And for that reason, it is important that all the democratic leaders, the people fighting for humanity and human rights, come together, and that we don't let the others who are only telling us something about the hot autumn and the hate and the fear and the fake news, all these people who are trying to demolish democracy, we have to put something against it, and we have to fight that this what we have is will stay, and will develop, and will focus and manage all the challenges of the future. And that's why it is great that you are here. And before I end, I want to give you a recommendation. We have, especially for this conference, a newspaper, which is called the Berlin Times. And it is especially made under the title Zeitenwende Explained. So maybe it will not give all answers, but some. And we have numerous authors who contributed to this newspaper. You will find it here during the conference. And I will hope you get inspired by all the speakers, you get inspired by all the things which are written down. And once again, I welcome all of you. Let's work together, let's fight together, and let's be zuversichtlich. Do you know what it is? So feel confident. Jammern hilft nicht. We have to be optimistic. So, all the best.
Thank you, Mayor Giffey, for that message of optimism that I think is the right note to start on. And our next speaker really needs no further introduction, the mayor of another global metropolis that is a symbol of democracy. I'm happy to introduce now the mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo.
Guten Tag, Berlin. Bonjour. Good morning. Dear Mayor Giffey, dear Franziska, ladies and gentlemen, fellow mayors, business leaders, and researchers, and young people, thank you for being here. First, I would like to thank Mayor Giffey, dear Franziska, for this wonderful initiative, which brings together different areas of expertise of democracy. I will speak on a theme that is dear to me, the role of cities in an uncertain world, because this is an uncertain world, and also dangerous world, I will say. The war in Ukraine, the brutal and violent war on our continent has touched all of us. We thought that this continent was safe from war. We have shown our firm solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainians. The action of Europe and the various member states was decisive. The action of the cities has also been essential. They have been and still are at the center of the response to receive, house, educate, and support families from Ukraine, and to help, including financially, Ukraine. The cities will still be there tomorrow to assist, the reconstruction of the country, Ukraine. An uncertain and dangerous war, I said. I witness, as much as you do, the rising success of populism from both the conservative side and the left. OECD made a report 3 years ago pointing out the rising danger of the decline of the middle class. Their support for democracy is at stake. Recent elections in France, in Sweden last week, tomorrow, I'm afraid, in Italy, have already proven it. Their confidence in health system, in public education, and in the role of the law have been undetermined by the reducing investment in public services. Temptation to vote for populist leaders and parties is very strong. And the populist leaders call ecology and climate change issues and solutions into questions. If you combine democratic crisis and climatic and energy crisis, the danger is here. It's no longer need to prove that solutions already exist. European cities have implemented robust and efficient solutions. Bicycle lines in Amsterdam, Copenhagen, now in Paris, banishment of diesel and thermal cars from their center as Tokyo since 1997 in Tokyo. And like Paris has voted it in my first term, building retrofitting to enhance energy efficiency and reduce energy consumption, development of social housing in our center like Vienna, Berlin have done since decades, urban reforestation to adapt our cities to rising temperature, enhancing proximity based on the concept of the 15-minute cities I launched at the end of my first term as mayor of Paris, reducing our travel to reduce our emissions. A lot of urban planners and mayors in Europe are developing proximity solutions like Milano, Roma, Lisbon. Solutions are here. Sometimes we have to scale up them, but with the mayor, we know what to do. We know what to do, like in Berlin. We are continuing to take action to transform the way we travel, consume, live, and remote our buildings, and to accelerate the transition to renewable energies. We need more direct funding from European Union, of course, from our states, but we know the way. A real danger is also now coming from the digital sphere. The digital sphere is free, very free, and it's not just bad. It was an amazing project for the planet, for the democracy, because we can share with all the countries, all the citizens. It's fine, but now it's a real danger, because it links with populism, with fear inspired by fake news. About the economic and social crisis, everywhere we deal with the soaring cost of energy and housing, which is now affecting all major cities in Europe, in Berlin, in Germany, but in all Europe. Food prices are also rising. We will have to show solidarity and unity to help the most vulnerable people and the middle class, because today the middle class is vulnerable. All to face this new attack on their wallets, already damaged by the 2 years of health crisis. About the ecological crisis, the summer we lived here, everyone has seen, experienced it, and felt it. The cities are now hit hard by the climate change, heat waves. All this transformation we need cost a lot of money on the short term. We know that. Cities do not have the means to do so. This is why I wish now to talk about Europe, but also about funding. We need to see this cost with a different point of view. In the long term, this cost is an investment to reduce also the ecological debts, because we have ecological debts we led to our children. We have many debts and also the ecological debts, and we need to change the point of view of the investment about this transformation. In Europe, there is a gap between what we think we have to do to avoid the possible collapse of our economy and our societies and what we are currently doing. I pledge that European institutions no longer consider ecological and social investment as the cost that increase the financial debts of the member states, but as a true investment for resilience, better life, and democratic value. The main lesson learned from COVID crisis is the following. It's possible to change the role to face crisis. So we have to change the role to face democratic crisis, social crisis, and ecological crisis. Europe has made the ecological transition a central part of its recovery plan with the European Green Deal. It's a very good deal, and I agree and I support that. We welcome this and support this approach to comply with the Paris Agreement and achieve carbon neutrality before 2050. But to achieve this neutrality, we need money. This is why, as mayor of Paris, I have been working for a long time with the European institutions to ensure that the question of funding cities' ecological transition is a central part of their policies. We also need to be able to resist to lobbies from fossil energy, the very strong lobbies from fossil energy. All the forces, both from private to public sector, that want nothing changed. They all want to protect their own interests, even, and we know that, if the price for our societies, our climate, our democracy is very high. Let me tell a short story. During the lobbying campaign to defend the use of glyphosate, they told to justice and regulator that glyphosate is less dangerous than candies you give to your children. Why candies? Because diabetes is killing a lot of people. Yes, of course, it's killing a lot of people. But glyphosate is killing a lot of people too. I've heard the same argument during my first term when a car manufacturer explained us in my office that diesel motors is less dangerous than the candies you give to your children. 2 days ago, in Paris, just before to come to Berlin, a so-called expert explained on TV, on French TV, that nuclear energy is less dangerous than the candies you give to your children. I think that lobbying agencies have to change their wording to defend indefensible products. I hope that they will not tell to the member of the European Parliament and European Commissioner that diesel motors are no less dangerous than candies, and when they will try to soft the Euro 7 standards for air pollution, they will find in front of them, against them, the mayors that were protecting their fellow citizens from air pollution. It is about our health because scientific studies have recently shown the links between lung cancer and fine particles. This is why we, along with other mayors, are calling for the adoption of an ambitious Euro 7 standard, which confirms the ban on thermal vehicles and identify methane emissions as a pollutant. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to Europe, I would like to mention the much-needed solidarity between cities. We face the same difficulties and doubts. It is in our interest to unite and mobilize together. This summer of 2022 proved that the prediction scientists have been making for years are happening faster than expected, more intensely than expected. I trust the scientists. Let us listen to them. Let us follow their advice. The more we listen to them, the more we do exactly as they say, the more effective our action will be. But you have already understood that this fight, and my colleague Francesca talked about that before, this fight is also for democracy and against populism. The rise of populism in the world and in Europe is a true danger. And I will propose to my colleagues in European cities to work together in order to implement a digital organization able to respond to these attacks that destabilize our democratic system and deny climate change at the same time. We have to unite in order to amplify our positive message and our solutions. In front of such an uncertain and dangerous world, we carry a positive vision because it's linked the answer to climate change and the fight against inequalities in order to improve people's life. Our cities are often led by progressists, ecologists, social democrats. We should not be naive or foolish. As mayor, we have a role to play to demonstrate the efficiency of democracy, ecology, and social progress in front of all the challenges we currently face in our world. We are here, and we are fighting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor Hidalgo. And I'll actually ask both of you, Mayor Hidalgo and Mayor Giffey, to join me now on stage. We have the opportunity to conduct a brief conversation, so please return to the stage. I'll hand both of you a microphone. There. Those are really interesting remarks. Thank you, both of them, for talking about cities and the role that they can play. So I'll ask you, first of all, and start with you, Mayor Hidalgo, what can cities achieve that a nation state cannot? What makes cities more powerful in a sense?
The cities are in the right level of democracy because we have directly the connection with the citizens and the people. We can organize alliances in our cities between citizens, private sector, NGOs, politicians, and we can share what we have to do. What are the real problems in the real life of citizens? And I think we are at the right level. But we can act alone. We need, of course, the support and partnerships with the national government. And in Europe, we need the support of European Commission. And it's very interesting today because the European Commission today is in this same view as us about climate change, about inequalities, about defending democracy. And today, Commissioner and European Commission said that she needs to work with the mayors in this level. The institutions in Europe are not ready for that because for the European Union, the partnership is with the national government. But I think with special programs, with many special experiences, we can show that the cities are very, very interesting because without the cities, without the proximity we have with the citizen, we don't organize and build the solutions we need to face all these crises.
Mayor Giffey, do you agree that it is the proximity to citizens that allows cities to be a bit more nimble, to act perhaps more decisively than nation states?
I mean, I was working as federal minister as well. And when I started as federal minister, the people told me, okay, now you cannot go anymore to the people so closely because it's not possible to do that on the national government. I would say every politician has the task to look at reality, to talk with the people, nevertheless on which level you are. Of course, it is easier to do it from the local level. It is easier for the mayors. They go in the street, they talk with the people, and we cannot give the task to anyone else because we are the last level to solve it. And but I'm really convinced that good policy and good politics start with looking and observing reality and to talk with the people and especially to listen what they have to tell you and then political action. And this is a challenge for all levels of politicians and especially for the mayors. It is crucial to do it, but I would say also from the national government they should do it as well.
Now, one of the issues that you both mentioned in your remarks, climate protection. We know that urban mobility is also incredibly important in Paris and Berlin. You mentioned the 15-minute city, also the transformation that Paris has seen with bicycles, more bike lanes popping up. What are your priorities there, Mayor Hidalgo, to make sure that you can implement in the coming years?
Now in Paris, we have a very big challenge because in 2 years, we will organize the Olympic and Paralympic Games. And I know many times the games are not very popular for ecologist people, and I'm ecologist also. But for me, the Olympic Games are an accelerator to this transformation. Two examples about mobility. About mobility, we have a very big road around the cities, the peripheric. The peripheric is a very old infrastructure, very important, a lot of cars every day. But in Paris, we don't have in this peripheric line for buses, taxis, and clean mobilities in the peripheric. If you see Los Angeles since 30 years is with this infrastructure for help and support another mobility. And for me, the Olympic Games are an accelerator to organize this new mobility in this very, very important road. And without the games, I think maybe in 10 years, the future mayor can change that. It's important. Another example, the Seine. After the game, we will swim on the Seine. It's very important because if we have to adapt our cities to the climate change, and the rivers in our cities are very important about the adaptation of the city. And to have a Seine, a river Seine, clean because the games are the opportunity to organize an event, very important triathlon on the Seine. And after the games, we can have a swimming pool in the Seine for the people, and for me, free swimming pools, you know.
Okay, and Mayor Giffey, is that going to be something we'll see here swimming in the Spree at some point as a part of Berlin mobility?
Yeah, we have also this discussion about the Flussbad in Pfingstleiwet, or the Badeschiff. We have already a Badeship, a swimming ship in the River Spree, you know, but so I'm not so sure. But of course, the quality of the water in the River Spree is very important for us as well, and it has improved during the last years a lot. And also what you mentioned about the ways for the bicycles, this is important. Berlin has 8 times more area than Paris in the inner circle. So we have a lot of questions how to deal with our roads, and we have at the moment we have 2,300 kilometers of bicycling roads already, and we want to build, of course, more. At the moment, we have 60 kilometers additionally under construction. In 2021, we had 40 kilometers additional cycling roads finished, and we will invest in the next years as well. So what is really important is not only the cycling ways, it is the secure cycling ways. So for many people, it is a question, do I take the car or do I take the bicycle? Is it safe for me and my children? And so this safety of the roads is crucial to reach progress in this.
Okay, mobility is definitely a priority. We are running completely out of time, so I'm going to ask for just a very brief answer, because you both mentioned being the first female elected mayors of your city. Does it make a difference how women govern? Just very briefly, if you can.
I mean, yes, I think so. It makes a difference. Yes.
You agree?
Yes, a very big difference. Big difference.
Thank you very much, both of our mayors. Thank you so much for joining us in conversation. Thank you. You can leave the microphones here. Thank you. I'll just grab the microphone. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you again to Mayor Hidalgo and Mayor Giffey for getting us started with that spirited conversation. For now, we want to start with our keynote addresses. We have 3 terrific keynote addresses lined up for you. And first, I am very happy to introduce the Executive Vice President and Senior Advisor of the Bertelsmann Foundation, also an expert on all things transatlantic relations, certainly the person I look to in any questions of transatlantic relations. Please welcome Catherine Kluwer-Ashbrook.
Well, thank you, Sumi, and thank you to both of those inspiring women. I think we all in the room can agree, because we've just seen a taste of their leadership, that it makes a difference when women lead. So thank you to Mayor Giffey, thank you to Mayor Hidalgo for opening this conference. It's the Q conference, and I have a question for you. Can we have a second tier of power that is not nation states? You heard some of the reasons why just now, and I think it's already happening. And I think we can do more. Yes, the nation states have the HIMARS and the GIMLRs and the standing armies and the seats at the table of formal power. And we need them. We need them every day across the territory of Ukraine, where cities are being degraded, they're being denuded, they're being decivilized. But there is a powerful second tier that has emerged in cities and global networks of cities. We've just heard some of the examples, and I'm going to try to give you some more proof points. The networks of cities are capable of guiding, of leading this world through some of the most urgent transformations: climate adaptation, economic transformation, altering our dependency on critical resources, pandemic recovery toward a future that is closer to you, our urban citizens, grounded and possibly optimistic in its nature. Mayors can manage all of this, and they can take the trash out and keep the buses running on time. Our cities are the seismographs of global challenges, but they're also the laboratories of the change that we so desperately need. These changes demand sometimes radical departures, kinetic innovation, an attitude toward risk-taking and risk assumption, an appetite for experimentation and for learning. And all of you in this room, particularly young people, to me represent just that. But you are the engineers and the innovators and the media people and the creatives and the builders who contribute to doing just that work in the city. Where does urban power come from? It comes from proof, not armies, not reserve currencies, not fiscal independence, though Mayor Hidalgo would want that when she told us she needs more money. International law empowers multilateralism and its institutions: NATO, the UN, the WTO. Cities can't force their solutions through vetoes and votes. So their strongest power is their credibility. Their ultimate power is proof that they can get it done, that they can deliver better for the lives of their citizens. Although they're gigantic in size, 37 million is the population of Tokyo, 29 million of Delhi, and we're just 3 million here in Berlin, their power grows exponentially in two ways: if they're deeply connected to one another, and if they lead by example. They work with one another now across borders and across time zones. Coastal Miami and their views of how to make safe and sustainable cities when water rises and gets warmer will be much more vital to recovering cities and urban life in Pakistan, where hundreds of thousands of people are suffering now from floods, than of other cities in the United States in comparison, like landlocked Pocatello, Idaho. So I'm asking you, and I'm asking all of us, what will it take for nation states to recognize this power and to rethink their interactions with their own cities and with other cities across the globe? We need to reconsider whether our multilateral institutions and the way that they exist now still serve us, whether that's what we want to preserve for the next 70 years forward, or how they need to change and what kind of other people need to be at the table. Are nation states willing to engage in a conversation about the changing nature of power? I want you to consider with me 5 areas of emerging urban power: demography, dollars, well, I needed a D, so it's not really dollars. I mean euros, yen, whatever currency you'd like. Democracy, data, and diplomacy. None of us will forget those vans. Those white vans, the cooling vans parked outside those hospitals in New York City, those makeshift morgues, or the convoys of trucks between northern Italian cities at the beginning of the pandemic. In the last 3 years, what we have seen as a complete asset, density suddenly became deadly. And while the shifts in populations in the world's megacities were noticeable, some contracted up to 1% in their population, urbanization continued apace. People moved, but they moved to other cities. They moved to second-tier cities. Cities incentivized them to go. Cities want cities. They want talent. They want people. 55%, as Mayor Giffey already said, of our global population lives in cities. And even though that contracted, 68% of us will be urban dwellers by 2050. China, India, Nigeria are forecast to drive at least 35% of that growth. And those people will come seeking economic opportunities, make no mistake. When density, like New York's with 29,000 people per square mile, pushes people to what is possible, they need to take action. Those are the front lines and of the highest impact risks that emanate from human closeness. And still, cities thrive on the sheer number and sheer capacity to attract talent, technology, and tolerance, as Richard Florida put it. We cluster in urban areas because this is the place and this is the way in which we thrive. In the post-pandemic times, even after nationalist policies and demagogic leadership threatened talent, US and European cities pushed back. They found new ways of negotiating with national law. They issued special visas for entrepreneurs, and I'm talking specifically of American cities when Donald Trump desperately wanted to take that away. They allocated local citizenship to protect their refugees and their migrants when a president of the United States wanted to squeeze them out. They fought hard to retain urban talent when a national government wanted to take that away. But the pandemic demonstrated that cities were often failing people because we weren't as technologically connected as we needed. 45% of people across the globe lacked access to broadband internet. And what did they do? They turned to their existing networks, including C40, an organization that the mayor of Paris is the vice chairwoman of, and their national experts to change the way that they do business, because cities can do it faster, they can do it better, and they can do it with more people involved. They right-size their spaces to make them more livable. They created permitting policies to create 5G oases in places where people were locked out of technology. They created new funding mechanisms to support low-income migrants to the Mayor's Migration Council, because cities are even clever at finding new pockets of money and supporting those that need to stay, that need their protection, and that need their arms thrown around them. Did those solve problems everywhere? No, of course not. The World Economic Forum has a global risk indicator that looks at risks of social fracture. And if cities aren't integrated into national recovery strategies, into investments, as Mayor Hidalgo pointed out, civic leaders and businesses lose. But cities are much more capable than the national level of tracking what works, creating data and knowledge and information around the elements that it takes to make human thriving. And because that is the case, national leaders have begun to wake up. When President Biden took office between November and January of his taking office, he realized that if he really was going to achieve social transformation in the United States, build back better, and rescue America, the American Rescue Plan, he was going to need mayors to put pressure on Congress for that to be accepted, to change society. Dollars, yen, euro, whatever your currency. Cities drive 80% of global GDP. They comprise, even after the pandemic and all the economic contraction we saw, 42 of the world's largest 100 economic entities. Just let that sink in. Before the pandemic, Mexico City and Guangzhou had economies and economic outputs that were comparable to some of the world's 7 largest corporations, including Walmart and Volkswagen. These cities are connected to one another daily through the fiber optic cables and the data that flows through them, through ports and through airports. Paris, larger GDP than South Africa. New York City, larger GDP than all of Australia. They're still the anchoring nodes of the global economy, even if the structure is facing massive transformation. That gives them both economic clout and political stewardship to lead in this transformation toward a greener, more sustainable operation of our global economy. Cities have created 4,000 special economic zones to attract FDI, to bring in money, to reshape global supply chains, because that is what we need right now. Those are the questions we are asking ourselves. How, locally, can we be safer, more thriving, more sustainable, more functional? And even when our supply chains were rattled by transportation chaos, what did mayors do? They got on the phone with one another. No, actually, they got on WhatsApp with one another. The mayor of LA, Eric Garcetti, tracked PPE for his city when it was to be denied to him, together with the 4 mayors of the Visegrad 4, Warsaw, Bratislava, and Prague and others, when their cities needed that kind of infrastructure and illiberal governments around them squeezed them out, they made sure they got what they needed for their citizens. And when something doesn't work for cities, they push back. 40 mayors didn't like what they saw in a major trade deal in TTIP. TTIP failed because they can muster public momentum, businesses, people, ideas, that if something doesn't serve cities, because cities are the global economy, it sinks. Democracy. We've heard about that this morning already, how cities will save our democracies. Less than 45% of citizens in OECD countries trust their national governments. I bet there's some in this room who feel that way about the government here. Democracy has been sliding year on year, and the growth of digital tools of disinformation, as we heard, they measurably weaken the democratic resilience in the world. But cities buck that trend. We heard that vividly already. Mayors are popular. Look at the 2 women who just spoke to you. They're pragmatists, they're nonpartisan. Do you know which parties these mayors belong to? They have some of the highest approval ratings across the globe, 69%. Here in cities, democracy feels direct, pluralism feels direct. If you have a conflict with your neighbor, you have a conflict with your neighbor. You have it out. Pew Research reported that in Europe and America, people saw cities as laboratories of trust building to confront partisan tensions and overcome tribal divisions. Cities make democracy, direct participation, and citizenship work because they've looked at other ways of budgeting, how they spend their money. They ask you to be a part of it. They ask you to vote on their dollars, cents, euros, and yen. Where does it go? How do we change the ways in which we interact in this city? You should be in charge. And that's what they do. They put digital tools in your hands so that you can one call to City Hall and feed back what's wrong in your neighborhood and what's wrong and what should be right with your neighborhood. So policy feels personal. They want to show that open government sources and the kind of data allows them to know where the solutions are, make them measurable, make them visible, and feed them up to the higher entity. Even in non-democratic Singapore, that works. The semblance of influence over local decisions there is associated with much greater ethical leadership, even in an autocracy. Again, cities have networked themselves, have cooperated with one another to push back against national overreach. I talked about the Visegrad 4 and their sourcing of PPE and ventilators for themselves when a Viktor Orban and a peace government denied them. The same was true of the United States cities. They pushed back when the Trump administration pulled a plug on the Paris Climate Change Agreement. 297 entities, cities, governors, and businesses bounded together to keep America on track. And so that is the only reason why the United States can maybe partially claim to be able to fulfill the Paris climate change agenda on track. City legitimacy in the international arena comes from data. Cities track that data, and that's my 4th point. They track that data and they use open data sources with their universities, collaborating with innovative centers to make that data accessible to you. We're wary of handing our data over to the central government. We're wary of handing it over to Apple. Turns out that when cities are in play, we're not quite as wary. They've figured out structures of interacting with one another through the big networks like C40 and U20, where they put repositories of knowledge in terms of what works for them, not just case studies, but actual data. How do you cool a city? How do you bring down temperatures by 1%? Is it white roofs or is it green roofs? Is it plants on balconies or is it parks in cities? They have figured out ways of measuring that data, working with research, and putting it back in the hands of an actual network node in C40. So technology helps. It allows cities to forecast and to plan and to take action for one another. Yes, smart technology is booming, a $135 billion market. But real cities have taken that back even for themselves. They've found ways to crowdsource and to change what data actually means in their planning and in their discharge of the way that they work with data. They're wary of surveillance and control. Of course we are, of course you are, and the cost of big systems. So they've piloted Open RAN and crowdsourcing, and that makes things like the voluntary local review possible. Cities said, no, we're not interested in being a subject of the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 11. We are the Sustainable Development Goals. You're gonna get none of this done if not for us. So they instituted voluntary local review, and a city right here in Germany, Mannheim, is at the vanguard of measuring how this city can put its example to work for everybody else trying to create that sustainable future. So data is supercharging the way in which cities can assume power because they are proving that what they're putting in place actually works. Which gets me to everything that you've heard this morning, diplomacy. Cities don't care about borders. They've become self-interested actors. They need to get things done, and they need to get things done quickly. So when LA needs green hydrogen, it goes directly to the government of Japan. It does not pass by Washington. When Colombia needs different irrigation infrastructures, Colombian cities, Bogota goes directly to the government of the Netherlands. They sign MOUs, they create special investment zones, and they exchange diplomats. The chief diplomat of Los Angeles used to be the US ambassador to ASEAN. Like nation states, cities are doing this out of enlightened self-interest. They build institutions, they convene summits much like this one, and through Eurocities and the Parliament of Mayors, they seek solidarity in lobbying supranational institutions to make space for cities. When you think about Ukraine right now, it's not an image of power that you see. Those cities are bombed out, they're smoking, all urban life has been decimated, mayors have been kidnapped. It looks powerless. But you know why the Russian dictator had to go after cities. Because that's where power lives. That's where history lives. That's where the repository of civilization and engagement and collaboration lives. That's why the Russian dictator is going after Ukrainian cities. And what are they doing? We heard it today. They're reaching out to their sister cities because rebuilding will be a financial effort of nation states, but getting it right-sizing it, making it ecological, letting Ukrainian cities jump, fast forward into the future, that will happen through partnerships with cities. So I ask you, how can nation states fully accept the power of cities at their tables? How do they make room? When do they make room? And can it be now? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you very much, Catherine. That was a great entree into the role that cities play. I'd like to bring up our next speaker already. Our next speaker is the president of the Italian National Innovation Fund and an innovation economist, digital policy expert, and she'll talk to us about the challenges facing cities. Please welcome Francesca Bria.
Hello, Berlin. Good morning, everyone. Real pleasure to be here, and really happy to be here in this very important conversation with two female leaders of some of the most important European cities, and I think it was a bit of a call to action for me. So we are aware that we live in very time where we need to think differently and to really act together. That's why we think that cities are going to be key to set up a green digital deal that starts really from the ground with citizens. My presentation will be actually based a lot on the work I was doing before being the president of the National Italian Innovation Fund. I was the Chief Technology and Digital Innovation Officer of the City of Barcelona, working with UN Habitat to set a world program on democratic digital cities with digital rights. And I'm also advising President von der Leyen on the new European Bauhaus, which is a cultural movement for the Green Deal. So I will combine a little bit this experience in my presentation. Obviously, today we live in this new normal. We have a series of shocks. We have this triad war, pandemic, and a series of crises. We had just now, and we are still in the middle of a public health crisis. We have an energy crisis. We have climate change, massive immigration, a war economy, and of course, inflation going up. So we know this is a massive challenge for the planet. But in these difficult times where we have to rethink together how we are redesigning society and the economy. So I think we should take this moment as an opportunity to actually get our change and act change. When we're thinking, my presentation will focus a lot on democratic digitization and what's happening with technology and the power of technology and the need to redefine the relationship between people, government, and technology. And if we look at the new supply shock we are living today, so a geopolitically induced energy price shock, of course, 4 times the price of energy. So this is putting families in a very difficult situation to pay their gas bills. The winter is coming, so this is a massive priority now. But also extreme volatility in food, metal, commodity prices. And we see a massive change in the global technology supply chain. So we have seen disruption of chips. So chips are those components that we find in every industry today, semiconductors, very important, and also access to raw material. And maybe we're seeing also a decoupling between the US and China when it comes to the global technology space, and this is also due to a continued trade war. So Europe, actually, in this space, has a new task, which is, of course, Europe technological, economic, and geopolitical sovereignty more and more, but also, I think, a continent that needs to be collaborating globally. But I think this situation is actually really something new that we have to tackle. And let's celebrate a little bit also what we've been doing during the pandemic. I think if we act together, and I think here I will advocate a little bit that cities can make the difference only if we act together. Yes, we do need nation states, and we need a strong Europe in order to make the difference. And that's where cities have to take their power to actually, from the ground up, lead a pan-European, stronger Europe. That's what I believe. And we've seen it when we did the EU for Health program, when we did a joint vaccine procurement, when we managed to transfer medical technology globally that actually was paid by taxpayers' money, investment in R&D from the States. But also today, the joint energy policy that we need in order to transition, to make a green transition and to jointly, put a cap on the energy price at the moment. So if we look at this global action that Europe has been taking, important thing to say is the Next Generation EU, it was the first time maybe since 50 years that we didn't invest jointly, all nation states in Europe, around 3 trillion euros, I think that's pretty a lot, with the same direction, which is the two transition, ecological and green transition and the digital transition. 40% of the EU Next Generation will go in the green transition and 20% in digital. This means we have an historic opportunity. Any policymaker that's in the room, or we do it now, or we don't do it. Europe is investing 400 billion in digitalizing the economy and society, government, our society. Or we do it right with European values and ethics and rights at now, or we are not going to do it anymore. That's what I think. But during the pandemic, we also saw that, we saw a fast digitization of essential services of society. Smart work, today it's becoming the norm, distant work, distant education, digital healthcare, those are the essential services of societies. And those services are powered by digital technology and connectivity. So I think we should consider technologies and, in particular, connectivity as a human right. Because if we are not connected, we also can't really fully participate. But at the same time, we know that digitization poses new question of power. And it's not enough to just accelerate digitization, we also need to give it a direction. And this direction is more social and environmental sustainability. So how do we do that? How do we get to a fully democratic and green digitization? Well, that's why we're here with cities. We have to put people first. And I think it's absolutely critical that we redefine the smart city, not technology first, not top-down technology first, not putting big tech first, but putting people first. And how do we do that? We don't start from technology. That's not our problem. We don't start from the blockchain, the smart city, the 5G, data. No, we start from the real challenges that we need to tackle, which is reduce inequalities, affordable housing, healthcare, a sustainable mobility, the ecological transition and the creation of green public spaces. New public spaces maybe like this one that can become a new public space for knowledge creation, or reduce carbon emission and fight climate change. Those are the challenges that we have to tackle. So we have to start from that, and then if we govern in a democratic way technology and data, they can help us to tackle those challenges. So please, let's move away from technological solutionism. That's a very important lesson learned. Many people tell you, oh, you have a problem, just create an app. No, I mean, we know that complex problems needs different type of complex solutions. So one of the projects, and it was mentioned by all mayors and by everybody before, where cities are really leading is this green transition. How do we get to zero carbon cities? How do we get to net zero, to a more circular economy? And we fight climate change. Yes, this is the fundamental challenge of humanity today. And this is a project that we've been working on in Barcelona, the Barcelona Superblocks. What it is, we recuperated 60% of public space because we took away the traffic, the cars from the city center in 16 districts. And the space that was occupied by cars before now is new green spaces, is new businesses for the local inhabitants, and is new forms of public spaces. Yes, even post-pandemic times, we will have to redefine public space and to go with green spaces and remove cars from the city center. I know this is a delicate topic, especially in Germany, but I think many cities are experimenting these new sustainable mobility patterns where the actual space is for the citizens. And this tied together with the idea that Ursula von der Leyen 2 years ago, but it was actually signed yesterday, when she did the speech of the Union, they signed also a communique for the new European Bauhaus. And the president said, in order to achieve the Green Deal, we can't do it top-down from governments and just financial regulations and environmental targets top-down. We need a cultural movement. We need to mobilize people from the ground, and we need creatives, we need architects, we need planners, we need designers, we need artists, working together with scientists and technologists. Is this multidisciplinary approach that actually made the Bauhaus possible in a very, very problematic time of our European history. So what's the new European Bauhaus? We have to shape it together. And I think it's going to be starting in cities, of course. That's where things happen on the ground. Another topic that we really discuss is the collective intelligence for democracy. How do we really engage citizens, large-scale citizen participation, and devolving power back to the citizens? Just some numbers. In Barcelona, 400,000 citizens took part in shaping the government agenda. 60% of what became the action plan of the city came from citizens directly. When they tell you that digital democracy is about Facebook democracy, don't believe in that. It's not about click here exactly, and it's not about giving your data to the big tech. It's about hybrid form of participation in the streets, in the neighborhood, and then online, owning your data in a transparent way, but being able to take decisions and being able to be part of the city of the future that we are creating. So digital democracy is going to be a hybrid form of democracy, participatory democracy, the real key, and that's the answer to right-wing populism. It's not less democracy, it's more democracy, and practice together with citizens. And also, proudly so, cities are coming together. This is the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights. Very proud to have initiated this project when I was the city of Barcelona with New York and Amsterdam. Now there are 100 cities working with the UN, with the UN Habitat, and creating these ethical digital standards and putting our fundamental rights first. So when we do digital, it's not just about tools, it's about our citizenship in the digital age. And we need to not only own the data and be part of the conversation, but also reclaim democracy, digital literacy, equal access, the right to connectivity, accountability, transparency, taking back our digital rights. And I think I'm not going to have much time, but I want to tell you, yes, we do have a problem with how the digital economy works today. Yes, we are moving into a data extractivism, where only few big tech companies, some in Silicon Valley and some in China, are owning all the data that we produce, the wealth of the 21st century. Shoshana Zuboff, my friend and professor at Harvard Business School, calls it surveillance capitalism. Yes, the currency of the digital economy today is the manipulation and monetization of personal information and data. This doesn't go together with the GDPR. This is not information self-determination, as you call it rightly so in Germany. So we need to reclaim this right back. And we need to move away from a black box society, where we can't see the algorithms, we don't know what goes in, we don't know what goes out, and also who is we create public value, and this value gets concentrated in the hands of very few companies. So we need to move in algorithmic and data-driven regulation of platforms. That's also where cities are doing a lot, in mobility, but also regulating the gig economy and transportation. And that's what we can do if we transform data into a data commons, into a public infrastructure that enable us as a global public good to be leveraged, to use data in order to tackle the big challenges of our time: mobility, climate, housing, and so on. So this, we're going to give back the data and the power to the citizens and have a governance framework, like maybe a data trust, where we reclaim data sovereignty, and we can put forward also decentralized and privacy-enhancing data infrastructures, as we have done in the Decode project. So it's the citizen that is going to decide what data to keep private, what data we want to share, with whom, and on what terms. And that's going to be a new social contract, a new social pact, and we're going to create public value and use this data to transform our cities for the better. And we're doing an experiment in Hamburg, which I don't have time to talk about, but maybe we can join forces with Berlin in the future for data sharing for the public interest as a new paradigm. So I'm going to finish by saying, yes, cities, absolutely critical to make this change, but we need to do it together. And we need to show that the future of digital is not just the paradigm that we used to see. On one side, the big tech, the Silicon Valley surveillance capitalism model that we see in the US, and on the other side, the big state, the digital authoritarianism that we see in China and Russia. I think we can do something else. We can put forward, as we're doing in Europe, a new framework, a new constitutional framework for the digital age. Going beyond regulation, also create our technology capacity, our deep tech champions to compete in the future with infrastructures like Gaia X and a real industrial strategy for Europe, but creating good jobs and rights, and actually also gender equality and new rights for platform workers and for the environment in the digital age. And so we can go beyond the big tech and big state and advocate for a big democracy. A new humanism in the digital age, which I think it's a new social contract. Because digital sovereignty means that a society should be able to set the direction of technological progress and put technology and data at the service of people, human values, society, and the ecological transition. And that's how we're going to build a green and digital deal from the ground up with citizens and cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. That was terrific, Francesca. Thank you so much. And we're going to move right on to our third keynote address. We've heard a lot about how cities stand for democracy, and our next keynote speaker will talk to us about fighting for democracy. She is an activist, a journalist, and a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Tawakkal Karman.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all of you. And guten Morgen. Ich bin eine Berlinerin. Did I pronounce it good? Thank you so much, Mayor Francesca, for inviting me to this very important meeting. And as I told you yesterday, that today we, 3 Nobel Women Laureates, will be in the United Nations. We will meet the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, Amina Mohammed, and we will tell her and discuss with her about our visit to Ukraine. So, but I got this invitation before this meeting, then I choose to come to Berlin to speak with people in Berlin and to make my sisters, Judy Williams from America and Lima Boy from Liberia, to talk about our trip and also to talk about on behalf of me. So I'm so proud to be with you, Berlinian people and German people, in this very important conference. I'm saying that it is very important conference because it is a conference that will discuss democracy and freedom, and it's shaped for democracy in Berlin. And that means a lot. That means that Berlin should take its responsibility to protect democracy around the world. From the first moment of the fall of Berlin Wall, this is your duty as a German people and as a people belong to this country to protect your democracy and to protect all the democracy around the world, to protect all the dreams of people for democracy, for dignity, and for freedom, and for rule of law. And also, when I got the invitation and I read that the conference will be in the ICC, I said, oh my God, ICC, it's a good, it will be a good beginning of my speech by telling people there, the ICC in the international language, it is the International Criminal Court. So that's good. That's good to gather these people every year in ICC to remind your rule to strengthen International Criminal Court. This international organization should take its responsibility to trial every dictator in the world, every war criminal in the world. And this is your rule. This is your rule. And I think with you, Francesca, I really like your speech. I really like your energy. And I want to bet on you as a strong leader that should put Germany and Berlin in its right way, to protect the dreams of people, to don't ally with dictators around the world, to stop those dictators of killing their people, of stealing the wealth of their people, and to stop any policy from Germany as a strong country and as a country that suffers from dictatorship, from any kind of relationship with dictators. Those dictators that Germany made relationship with, or international community, or especially the democratic country, they pose the greatest risk against the global peace and against the democracy. Now we are gathering today at this conference also to confront the unprecedented global challenges at a time when Europe is experiencing several serious challenges, especially the Russian war on Ukraine and its implications like the energy and food crisis, global turmoil, and tension in the international relations. This invasion completes the circle of turning back on democracy. And yes, democracy around the world is really under danger, is really under threat. In the democratic countries and also in the emergent democratic countries, in the countries that has first steps for democracy. With the democratic countries, we are seeing the rising of the populism. We are saying the liberal democrat is under threat. The autocrats are taking hold. They are crushing dissent, controlling media, trampling voting rights. And also in the democratic countries, we see how the rise of populism is destroying the democracy from the bottom. And at the same time, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic threatened more than lives and livelihood of people throughout the world. It is also political crisis that threaten democracy. Authoritarian regimes are using this pandemic and any other pandemic that will come to silence criticism and tighten democratical and tighten the political grip. They use the pandemic to silence any voice, to limit people from making demonstrations, from making sit-ins, for saying no to any other problem than the pandemic. But even some democratically elected governments are fighting the pandemic by emergency powers that restrict human rights and democracy. So, I want to go back to about how democracy is threatened and how the Western countries, and here I'm talking about Western countries, and I don't talk about China and Russia as an authoritarian regimes. I'm talking about democratic countries that claim that they are democrat and that claim they are supporting the democracy. I will talk about the democracy in Arab region and Middle East in general. Talking about democracy in the Arab world, the Middle East, and North Africa is often a reason for the dictatorial regime to mobilize all their capabilities to talk about the United States and Western conspiracy aimed to destabilizing and destroying our countries by using us, as they claim, means using us, that means that America and Western, they're using us, which is us is the opponent, women activists, human rights activists, journalists, and politicians, etc. So the irony is that these dictatorship regimes have close ties with democratic nations, like United States and the West, while they commit gross violations against human rights, taking advantage of and hiding behind these relations. So it is shameful that this kind of alliance continue to exist between democratic nations and dictatorship regimes. It is shameful that this alliance continues to strike democracy. Since 2011 Arab Spring, there has been a clear battle between the camp of democracy and human rights and the camp of anti-democracies led by Saudi Arabia, Emirates, and Iran. They have been working day and night to stop the people of our region from becoming free societies and march toward democracy. They commit all kinds of crimes against their own people, such as wars, military and militia coups, and by terrorizing their own citizens. The dictatorship in the Arab world are using all kinds of tools of oppression against their opponents. They are now classifying Democrats and human rights advocates as terrorists and taking advantage of the lack of a just and independent judiciary system. Thousands of activists defending democracy and human rights belonging to different political and religious movements are languishing in Arab prisons and detention centers accused of supporting terrorism. Democratic Western nations should know that the authoritarian regimes embody the essence of corruption, instability, and the ongoing inhuman practices against their own people, often lead to instability and turmoil that can extend far beyond the borders of the countries that suffer from these regimes and becomes threats to peace worldwide. So it's very, very important that Western countries, their policy, to correct their policy. It's very important that Western countries, government, to correct their policy toward the authoritarian regimes, especially in the Arab world. The tyrant and human rights violator must not feel unreachable by international accountability and justice. And unfortunately, we see something opposite. Here in Germany, for example, German authority received the dictator of Egypt, Sisi. France received Mohammed bin Salman. Biden himself visited Saudi Arabia. So all these dictators, they are against democracy as an idea from the beginning. And they are the killers of their people. And they are the reason of the global peace. So why do you receive them? Why do you recognize them? When Western government take the benefits over its values, the Western and the democratic countries started to fail. When you give up your values, that is the moment that you fail. And that is the moment that you strengthen and give power to Putin and to China authority. Tell me why Putin dared to invade Ukraine. I visited Ukraine. I saw how did Putin committed war crimes there. He destroyed the country totally, displaced people, killed them, arresting them, and threatened the global peace, threatened other European countries. Why Putin commit this very dangerous step? Why? Because what called democratic country, what called Western governments, what called international community, give him the green light to invade Syria and to kill people in Syria and to help the dictator Bashar al-Assad. The same thing will happen. Don't think that alliance with those dictators that will save your interests in their countries. No. The dictators defend each other, protect each other, and when the time comes, they choose to be with each other and they will ignore you totally. And that is happening also in the crisis with the war of Ukraine and Russia. What did Saudi Arabia and Emirates did for you? They blackmail Western countries. They didn't stand with Europe as something that we are good allies, so we should defend on it. No, they are closer to Putin than you. So what is the solution to protect your democracy, not our democracy? Your democracy is to protect your values and to commit of your values, the values of freedom and democracy and justice and rule of law. Protect your values for your nations. And all this, the fleeing of the refugees and all the problems that came here in the Western countries, it is because you abandoned your values. And here, I want to say that the West also, I talked about Saudi Arabia, I talked about Emirates, I talked about Russia, I talked about somehow in China, but also it's very important to talk also about Iran, which is one of the most important countries that suffer from dictatorship and most important country that caused chaos and wars in Arab region and caused instability around the world. So the West must also show a great deal of fairness toward Iran's crimes in our region and its policies to destabilizing security and stability in Arab region in general, in my country, Yemen in particular, Syria and Iraq. We are so worried that the West tends to tolerate Iranian behavior and crimes in return for persuading or convincing it to sign the nuclear deal. And this will be another big mistake that European countries will commit. Finally. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Tawakkol. We're just wrapping up.
Finally.
One final point, yeah.
Finally, I will talk about fake news because I am a member of the, my journey to human rights started from the protecting expression rights. So it's very important when we talk about fake news, at the same time, we should also talking about protecting expression rights. And we shouldn't take fake news as a tool to attack expression rights. I believe that the basis of disinformation and lies starts from the political orientations adopted to serve the interests of countries that do not care about the truth and disregard the values of press freedom and human rights. They spread the disinformation and lies and create electronic militias to use propaganda campaigns based on fabrication, lies, and deception in order to confuse the truth and confuse public opinion. So let's be together to face all these lies that produced by those organized campaigns that produce all these lies and disinformation. I am now a board member of Oversight Board of Facebook and Instagram. From my position, I'm doing all my effort to protect the expression rights of every user in the Facebook and Instagram, at the same time to fight all the hatred, all the disinformation, and all the fake news and discrimination in this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Tawako and all of the wonderful ladies who got us started this morning. We're going to take a brief break till just past noon. So please grab a coffee and make sure you come back. We're going to be speaking to the mayor of Tallinn when we begin again at 12 sharp. So we'll see you then. haven't done so already, we hope you had enough time to grab a little coffee and a snack, but find your seats again if you can, because we want to get started on the second piece of our program today. So this is the topic that we discussed this morning. How can crises be change agents? How can they spur us to make changes towards the better? So to talk about this topic, I'm very happy to introduce one person who is the mayor of a city who is working very hard to tackle some global crises. The city is the capital of Estonia, Tallinn. And this is a city that is tackling in particular the crisis, which is the war in Ukraine, in its support for Ukraine. So I would like at this point to introduce on our screens, he's not here with us live, but he's joining us remotely, Mayor Michael Kolvert from Tallinn. Mayor, it's wonderful to see you. Greetings to you from here in Berlin, and welcome to the Q Berlin conference. I'll start with a question that's a general question, because we had two mayors of Berlin and Paris here on the stage with us this morning who were talking about how these global crises affect cities. So what is your perspective on this? How have these crises affected your city?
Yes, hello everybody. I'm very glad to be with you today. Thank you to having me. And honorable mayors, dear participants of the conference, if you let me to comment shortly the first part of the conference, I want to say women have to rule the world, not only cities and not only Europe. But if you talk about the crisis, so maybe a little bit about the history of humankind and civilization. Actually, this is a history of wars and epidemics. So, and every time we think that this is the last crisis, and actually the last crisis what we will have, this is the end of the world. And by today, I'm feeling that we have like two ways to the ends of the world, faster and slower. Faster is a war, global war, and slower is global ecological crisis. So, and if it means for us that today we cannot deal only with the actual crisis what we have. We still have to think about the long term, about perspective, and it means that we have still think about the green transition, and not only to think, but to deal with that. So I think for Estonia and for our city, for Tallinn, we have, of course, the same challenges, the same crisis, epidemic, pandemic, COVID crisis, crisis, refugee crisis, energy crisis, but also we have to think about the fortune of the cities of Ukraine. So our neighbor is aggressor. That means that we have also new challenge, new understanding. We have to be ready for the aggression. And it means that also the cities have to be ready to protect the people, to be ready for the evacuation, to be ready for the new situations. And during last 2, even 3 years, we receive very clear understanding that actually our readiness for crisis not depend of the meaning of crisis. So it depends of the structure of the governing. It depends of the system, and it depends of the resources. So now I believe that leaders of the cities, of course, leaders of the states, must understand that we have new time, new of crisis, and crisis will come again. all together and one after the one. So it means we have to create a new system of governing, in the cities, new system of governing in the societies.
You're right, Mayor Colvert, that this certainly won't be the last crises that cities in Europe are facing. What answers can Europe provide to these conflicts? What convincing answers can Europe put forth?
I'm afraid that we have to talk about one more crisis. This is value crisis. And maybe we have to start to deal with this crisis, and this gives us a possibility to survive in the future. Because I see that from the first crisis, what we discussed today, from the COVID crisis, we had a situation when in the beginning we saw a very high level of consolidation. We support each other, we were together. And then we were tired from the crisis, and we started to looking for the enemies inside our societies. And we were not united in face of this crisis. And this emotional crisis, values crisis, I think psychological crisis were even more deeper than medical crisis. And we have to understand that this is the meaning of all crises. And it is very dangerous for us. We have to be ready for it. Today, also during the crisis, it's very dangerous when leaders start to think that only leaders have right opinion, and all other opinion during the crisis are not acceptable. This is very dangerous for democracy, when during the crisis we start to think that only one opinion is the right opinion, and all other opinions are the opinions of the enemies. So I believe that our aim and our responsibility to create more ties inside the society, and to not forget the meaning of the democracy and the meaning of the real values. The real values are the base and support for us only during the crisis.
A crisis of values in Europe, that's something that Tawakkol Karman also addressed in her keynote remarks earlier. I'd ask, Mayor, if you could tell us how you reconcile the need to address these immediate challenges, so these crises that you've mentioned, with also the need to have a long-term vision for your city. How do you put those two together?
Nothing to do. Of course, we have to deal with the actual situation. And for us, actual situation is like for all European cities and states. It is, of course, energy crisis and also refugee crisis. But in the same time, when today we started again to use fossil fuel, for example, so we have again to use this old view of old understanding about the using of energy, but we hope that it's not for the long term, and it means that in the same time we have to prepare new ways to receive energy, and it's very important for us because Tallinn is a European green capital for the next year, and it's not only for the next year. We have to prepare our technologies for the long period, and we deal with that. So our solution is wastewater energy, this is seawater energy, and of course, solar energy.
And Mayor, if you could tell us just very briefly, as we're running short on time, what would you say is the biggest opportunity that you've learned from these crises, an opportunity for your city to progress?
To change the mindset, to create a new governing structure. So actually, we started to change system of governing in Tallinn 3 years ago. But now we have very clear understanding that old fashioned system, seal of thems governing, it's not actual anymore. We have to create a new governing system.
And change the mindset. I think that's a great note to close on. Thank you so much, Mayor Michael Kolvert of Tallinn. Thank you for joining us at Q Berlin. Wonderful to have you. Well, that is the perspective from a European metropolis. We've heard other European perspectives this morning, but there are growing global juggernauts who are creating new centers of urban power, and they're not necessarily in Europe. Our next speaker is going to tell us about the end of Western supremacy. He's a journalist, a specialist on China, a best-selling author as well. Please welcome Frank Sieren.
Thanks a lot for the invitation. I would like to switch perspective a bit, as I'm kind of the only Chinese speaking to you. I'm living in China for about 30 years now, and I observe the change of perspective in Asia towards the global world order. And this is extremely important for the development of the cities, of the self-understanding of modern cities, and some of the most modern cities worldwide we have right now in Asia already, cities like Shenzhen in southern China, but also some cities in India and other areas. Basically, from an Asian perspective, there are three big challenges for the future of the world. Two of these challenges are quite well known in the West as well. It's climate change and automatization and digitalization. But the third one is not so obvious from a Western perspective. It's the fight or the pressure for more global participation. Because from an Asian point of view, a long period of about 500 years of kind of colonial times are just over, and now the world is developing towards a new world order which is more multipolarian. And this means, from an Asian perspective, it means pretty clearly that the minority of the West, the Europeans on one side and the Americans on the other side, the minority of the West is not able anymore to set the global rules for the majority of the world. More and more countries are emerging and saying we want to decide our own goals. We want to set our own agenda. We have our own values. And we want to create a new world order which is different, not in all perspectives, but in significant perspectives from the traditional Western world order. And actually, the war in the Ukraine was one example where you can see, where you can observe that the countries of the South, not only in Asia, but also in Africa and South America, are taking a different kind of perspective on the conflict. Most of these countries are saying this is a conflict between Russia and America, and they don't want to be forced, either from Russia or from America or even from China, to take sides. They basically want to have similar good relations, pragmatic relations with Russia, with China, with America, and with Europe. This is a completely different perspective, and this perspective is shared by so very different countries like India on one side and China on the other side, but also from strong democracies in Asia, from the biggest Muslim democracy, and so on. And they are more and more unifying in this perspective that they want to have a bigger saying in how the world is going to develop and how the biggest problems, the big challenges are going to be solved. And it's very, very important for us in the West that we accept this kind of development and that we do see that there are different perspectives emerging, probably perspectives and probably views which are not the same than our views, which have a different perspective. And the biggest change for the Western countries is that they cannot force anymore, like it was in colonial times, that they cannot force the rising countries to do the right thing from a Western perspective. If you look back in history, only 100 years ago, 1922, the British Empire was still ruling a quarter of the world, and about a quarter of the people of the world as well. And in exact this year, 1922, the first big country became independent. It was Egypt. And this movement of independence actually was kind of finished in 1997 when Hong Kong went back to China. So basically, Queen Elizabeth, who just died, she was observing all her life a British Empire that became weaker and weaker and weaker. But this development was not developing into a general weakness of the West, because in the second half of the 20th century, the Americans were taking over. America became a world power, an economic world power. America has been, the United States has been already in the end of the 19th century, but a political world power they became just after the Second World War. They had a different approach of gaining power. They were not invading other countries with the goal to make them American, but they were changing the regimes, and then they were pulling back again, and these countries kind of stayed independent. But as the Asian countries, especially the Asian countries, but we should underestimate the rise of the African countries as well. As much as they gain power and become more important for the global world economy, they also want to have their share in defining the new world order. And that's actually exactly the situation, the beginning of a new world order we are right now facing. And this is actually an end of a 500-year time where the West could set the rules. And what does this mean for us now? It means that if we are convinced of certain values, and we are convinced of certain values, we are not able anymore to force these countries to follow our values, but we have to convince them. That's a completely different setup. It means we need to engage more than before in dialogue. We need to find consensuses. We need to find common goals. And that's probably the most important change. We need to understand their points of view. Because if you don't understand the way they are looking on the world, then it will be more difficult to implement these values, which are very, very important for us, into this new world order. One thing is for sure, at the table of creating a new world order, we used to have a fixed seat. We used to be one important part of this table. And as the world is changing right now, we only still going to play an important role if we are economically strong. And that's actually a big dilemma, especially for Europe right now, that we need to stay economically strong to have a saying in the new world order, but to stay economically strong, we unfortunately depending not only on Russia, but also on China. And this moves us in a very, very complicated situation, and where we suddenly understand that sanctions are probably not the right way to force these countries into the right direction. If you look on the global level, only or most of the countries worldwide, about 170 countries of 194 countries worldwide, are not following the sanctions against Russia. We have to accept it. We cannot change it. It's the decision of these countries to stay more neutral. And we have to find a way to deal with these new developments. And we have to take more efforts to convince these rising countries about the value of our societies, about the strengths of our societies. And this is only possible through dialogue. And I think that cities are playing a major role in this dialogue, because this dialogue is much less, it's on a city level, it's much more pragmatic, it's much more about common problems which need to be solved. And for example, in the dialogue to countries like China, we can explain the importance of civil society for the development of a city. That a city is not only driven by technology, by innovation. This is actually a path of development where Chinese cities are probably more advanced, or pretty sure more advanced than Western cities. But that's only one part of the game. The other part is how to engage a civil society, how to create a city which is livable, where people like to live. And therefore, we need to understand the needs of these people in other countries, in these rising countries. And I think there we should still make much more effort to try to understand what they want, what their goals are, what the people think about their future, how their future should look, which is probably slightly different from the perspective we have. And I think we are the first generation right now that has to learn to be real world citizens. And to be a world citizen, it means that we need to understand and to accept certain perspectives and different views, and we need to find a way to get along. That's a tremendous challenge, and that's a huge change compared to the last several hundred years, where we were just able to implement the rules. If people like them or not, we were strong enough to do this. And Actually, the sooner we start doing this, the more likely it will be that our values, our idea of good lives in city, for example, is still playing a defining role in this new world order. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Frank. Perhaps just to underline your point, Frank Zielen's point there, interesting to note that the leaders of Russia and China are meeting, aren't they, at the moment? So if you want to get more deeper into discussion, with Frank, do join us tomorrow because he'll be taking part in our deep dive. So that'll be an opportunity to exchange and discuss a bit more with all of you. Do you ever get the feeling that we are somehow careening from one crisis to the next, that the world is just spinning ever faster? Well, that's something we're going to hear about from our next speaker. He is a psychologist, a journalist, and a media professor, and also the author of many, many books. Please welcome Christian Stöcker.
Thank you, Sumi, and thank you, Q Berlin, for having me. I will bother you with some slides. I will see them in a sec. And I want to talk to you about rapid change and our cognitive problems with it. This is an example from psychology, my area of expertise, from the cognitive reflection test by Shane Frederick. In a day, in a lake, there is a patch of lilies. Every day the patch doubles in size. If it takes 48 days for the patch to cover the entire lake, how long would it take for the patch to cover half the lake? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. So the correct answer is 47. It takes 47 days for the first half of the lake to be covered and 1 day for the second half. That is exponential growth. Right? So if you got it wrong, don't worry. Tens of thousands of people have done this, and about half of them get it wrong. And if you thought 24 days, you're with the majority of these people. So what people do when they solve tasks like this is that they use a linear approximation for an exponential problem. And that is not working. This is the most text-heavy slide, so don't worry. This is from Daniel Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow. We have two separate modes of recognition. One is fast, effortless, automatic, quick, intuitive, and that's what leads to the answer 24. If you use the other route and calculate and think, that's system 2. System 1 is very good at a lot of things. I couldn't be standing here talking without falling down without my system 1, but it's a very, very bad advisor when it comes to exponential growth, which means we get surprised by it all the time. This is a visual example. Cells separating. We're about at half time now, still pretty slow. And this is the acceleration at the end, and boom, the whole Petri dish is filled with a bacteria. So the growth is slow initially, slower than linear growth, and very fast later on. That's exponential growth for you. And we are very, very bad at understanding this. We are bad at comprehending and predicting nonlinear change, but it is all around us. And Anne Hidalgo actually mentioned this morning that climate scientists keep being surprised by the rapid changes in the climate system. That is an example of exactly this. Domain experts keep getting surprised when exponential change is involved. This next slide shows, maybe I can have that up there. This is the growth in computing power over the last decades. This looks like a linear trend, but it's in logarithmic scale, so this is really an exponential function. This is, of course, Moore's law, and most of you are familiar with this. We've had exponential growth in digital technology for 60, 70 years now. This is something people maybe are less familiar with. This is the cost of sequencing one human genome from 2001, $100 million, to today, little under $1,000. This is exponential decline. And it's, as you can see here in comparison, it's faster than Moore's law. So biotechnology is accelerating faster right now than digital technology. This is digital technology. Again, these are large systems for interpreting stuff, recognizing images, playing computer games, playing board games, and so on. And again, this looks like a linear trend. This is the computing power that these systems encompass. It's not the same as Moore's law. Mainly it's money being poured into these systems. The acceleration there is a doubling rate of about 3.5 months. So Moore's law is about every 2 years we have a doubling. With AI, which is what this is, we have a doubling approximately every 3.5 months right now. Again, which is a lot of it is due to money being spent, and I'll show you who spends this money. All of the red ones here are projects of Google. Of course, there's a lot of Chinese stuff missing there, going back to Frank's talk just now, because the Chinese just don't publish as much of what they're doing as everybody else. So, nonlinear change creates perceived discontinuities. We are surprised by it all the time. And I'll show you some examples from technology. This is Lee Sedol. You probably know this example. Best Go player in the world in 2016. He played AlphaGo, a system devised by Google's subsidiary DeepMind. The Go elite of the world, including an acquaintance of mine in Hamburg who I sought out for this story, a former world champion, female world champion. They were all convinced that Lee Sedol would win because they had seen AlphaGo play against a weaker player before. And I talked to this European Go expert who knows Lee Sedol from the boarding school that they went to together, for there's Go boarding schools in Korea. And I talked to her after the first game, and she said this: AlphaGo made moves that no human player would ever have made. So this is an AI system that learned to play Go and devised strategies that are new in a game that's 2,500 years old. There was another Chinese player who said, well, he beat the old man. Lee Sedol was 30 at the time. Of course, the machine beat the old man. Let me play him. He was the new world champion, 21 years old, KG from China. And he played AlphaZero the next year. AlphaZero didn't actually have any human-based training material. It just learned playing Go by playing itself. And next slide, please. From the picture, you can guess what happened. KG said after the game, last year it was still quite human-like when it played, but this year it became like a god of Go. So, domain experts being surprised by the results of exponential change. That's what this is. Different area, Google again, sorry. There's a competition called CASP where the question is, how does a specific strand of DNA translate into a protein? It's a very, very important question for all of biotechnology, including vaccine development, by the way. DeepMind took part in that competition for the first time in 2018, won with flying colors, beat everybody else in that field. This is a quote from a scientist from Harvard who was there. What just happened was a question put to me in exactly these words by at least one researcher at CASP, and a sentiment expressed by most academics I spoke with. Again, domain experts being blown out of the water by exponential change. 2 years later, the follow-up system beat the competition again, and this time by such a wide margin that the founder, or one of the founders of the competition, said, this is a 50-year-old problem. I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime. So these, and it's another exponential bundle of curves. These are all patents that relate to AI in some way or other. This is life and medical sciences. A lot of, actually this ties back to Frank's talk just now, a lot of these patents come from China now. The bulk, actually, of these patents come from China. So expect to see more surprising things happening in the overlapping area of AI and biotechnology and many other areas as well, of course. So we have exponential growth and exponential change in technology in many places. We are pretty bad at understanding what this means. And we are pretty bad at knowing that we are bad at understanding what it means. Like, this is a quote from a study. People exhibit substantial exponential growth bias, that's the technical term. More importantly, they are overconfident in their ability to answer questions that involve exponential growth. So basically, we think we can do it, but we can't. Which is a problem, of course. Because here's the thing. So this is urban population since 1750. This is primary energy use, this is water use, this is transportation, this is telecommunications, this is international tourism, and I think you notice the pattern, right? You're familiar with the shape of these curves now. Nitrous oxide, potent greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere, coastal nitrogen, which is a result of fertilization, agriculture, and so on. So we have too much nitrogen in our water. Tropical forest loss, it looks like there's a slight slowdown, but obviously this is not nearly enough. That curve would have to change course. This, of course, is a carrier wave for most of this. Real GDP. Because what a lot of people actually, and I've even spoken to economists who weren't aware of this, not many, but some aren't. If you have constant percentual growth, like 2% growth, 3% growth a year, that yields an exponential curve. 2% a year makes an economy double in size in 36 years. 3% a year makes it double in size in 24 years. There's a rule of 72. If you divide 72 by the growth rate, you get the doubling time. So our economies keep growing, and by doing that, create all these other kind of worrying exponential curves. Most worrying of all is this one, of course. And I don't have to explain this. So, of course, global climate change, along with accelerating extinction of many species, are the two biggest problems that humanity faces right now. And of course, that is interlinked with a lot of what we've heard about today. It's interlinked with a crisis of democracy in some areas. It's interlinked with totalitarianism, because a lot of these totalitarian regimes that we heard so much about this morning, I mean, Russia, Saudi Arabia, what do the economies have in common? Right? So there's a big correlation between authoritarianism and destroying the planet, and business models that destroy the planet, which is why the Republicans are the party of climate change denial, basically. So these are all very worrying exponential curves, but, and I'll show you some more. This is the whole set of indicators from the International Biosphere Project. This is not my slide. The Great Acceleration is a paper from 2015. They've been tracking all these indicators. Not all of them are growing exponentially, and not all of them are terrifying, but some of them are. And I'll show you a good one. This is a quote from the inventor of the GDP, who got a Nobel Prize for his work on economic growth, Simon Kuznets. He wrote, in the 60s, goals for more growth should specify more growth of what and for what. And we're still not there, right? Every time you hear a politician say, we are aiming for this and this amount of growth, he's still or she is still talking about GDP, and GDP growth is not a good measure of welfare. Even the OECD, founded for fostering economic growth, agrees. Good growth is this. This is another exponential function, but a good one. It's installed solar energy capacity in the last decades on planet Earth, and again you see exponential trends. Again, you see the bulk of this right now is happening in China, but of course this is the kind of growth we need. This is basically looking at the same issue from another perspective. Show the slide again, please. It's the price of basically a kilowatt hour of solar energy from the 70s to today. And again, this is a logarithmic axis. So this is an exponential drop in price. Solar energy in many parts of the world is now the cheapest source of energy, by far. Cheaper than coal, cheaper than everything else. And interestingly, we're coming back to the beginning now. This, again, creates perceived discontinuities in experts. These are so that the green lines here represent predictions by experts, economists, energy experts, saying, okay, this is the floor cost, right? It can't get any cheaper than this. Like every other year, there's a study that says, okay, but this is where it stops, okay? This is where solar energy can't possibly get any cheaper. And you're seeing what's happening, right? Like this exponential decline in price is smashing through these forecast predictions again and again and again. So perceived discontinuities, but of the kind that we really need. So to sum up, exponential growth is everywhere. Expect more perceived discontinuities. Expect to be surprised again and again. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian, for that very interesting presentation, and he'll be joining us for our roundtable at the end of the day to wrap up the discussion, so maybe you can put some of your questions to him on that presentation a little bit later in the afternoon. Now, we know one of the drivers of crisis management and change is civil society, and that's what our next speaker is going to be talking to us about. She is a German Yazidi journalist, a filmmaker, a war reporter, human rights activist, and the founder and CEO of How Our Help. Please welcome Düzen Tekel.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to stand here in front of you and talk to you to the topic of civil society as change makers in crisis. My name is Düzen Tekel. I'm a journalist, filmmaker, and social entrepreneur. But before I begin, I would like to thank the mayors, Franziska Giffey and Ana Hidalgo, for their mayoral keynotes and for their service of two wonderful cities, opening them up to the world and making them open hubs and places of mutual exchange. I had prepared a whole different speech for today, but yesterday something happened that flipped my table. Frankly, this happens quite often in my job as a human rights activist, because you are connected with the lives of many people. As we all know, life does not stand still. So the young woman you see, woman you see here on the right side, Jian Alomar, she's 19 years old and a Yazidi survivor from Shingal in Iraq. She and her mother survived the genocide that was perpetrated in 2014 against her religious community by the terrorist militia that is known as ISIS, the Islamic State, or as Daesh. The woman on the left side of the picture is Jian's older sister, Suzanne. She was missing for a long time. Yesterday, the news reached out that she was found by Kurdish security forces in Syria. She was finally freed from ISIS captivity. Suzanne was 16 years old when the genocide happened. She and Jian were separated by the ISIS militants shortly after they took control of their home city, Sinjar city. Jian and her mother managed to escape from captivity after 10 months under high risk of getting caught and punished. They made their way to Germany with a special quota project for Yazidis in need by the German state, Baden-Württemberg. Jian was able to start a new life and wrote a book about her experience. She is a human rights activist right now, also ambassador for our human rights organization. For 8 long years, Suzanne's family didn't know if she's alive or not. 8 long years of uncertainty and in fear that she might not be alive anymore. As I'm speaking, Suzanne is transferred from Syria to Iraq today. Hopefully, she can be reunited with her sister and mother in Germany soon. We will work on that. Why I'm telling you this? Because it is these women and their stories of courage and strength that keep me going every day. And because they show us what is humanly possible in the darkest of times. Of course, no one should ever go through what these women went through. But I often catch myself thinking what we call crisis in Europe seems pretty small compared to what is going on in other parts of this world. For me, these women are heroes, and we can learn a lot from their example. The fate of Jian and Suzanne is closely like to my own, because I was there as well when ISIS overran the region and attacked the Yazidi community, which is also my own community. Although I grew up in the diaspora here in Germany, I left my secular life here, let it behind me to go to a war in August 2014. Just 5 days before James Foley, brutally murdered by ISIS in Raqqa in Syria, a murder that shocked the whole wide world. And 11 days after the initial attack on my community, I left my safe country, Germany, and boarded an airplane to Iraq. I've seen people in fear and how their lives were threatened in a very real way. I've seen ISIS fighters with their black flags on pickup trucks and on tanks chasing people. I've seen those facing and fighting them seriously wounded, many of them nearly dying. I've seen mothers carrying their children to their graves. I was confronted with the horror of war, not only from a journalist's point of view. My mission also had a deeper meaning. It was the first time that I laid foot on the soil of my ancestors. Because initially, this trip was meant as a journey to my roots. Now it was shaken up by a crisis, a full-fledged genocide. And now I had to report the world about the atrocities inflicted on my people. So on this journey, I connected to both the horror and my roots, those roots that meant so much to me, from a family, religious, and identity perspective. I learned how close violence and beauty can coexist next to each other within me. I was placed in transformation and forced to be resilient. And this is what we all have to become, to face the challenges that our time confronts us with. I left the security of Germany and stepped into a war. Why did I do this? Because my action always were greater than my fear. Looking back to my life-changing moment, but also to most of what I did before and after, I can see that choosing action over fear is one of the strongest recurring themes in my life. Overcoming fear through action and impact is not particularly ingrained into the German mindset. Germany and Germans are often seen as hesitant in times when action is needed the most. And I say this being a German, because as much as my name, my religion, my heritage does not belong to this country, I am a proud German citizen. German Angst has become a synonym that is known worldwide for nationalism and insecurity and fear. And because I'd like to think of myself as the opposite, and because it bothers me that we were here in Germany are seen like this from the outside world, I wanted to change that. That's exactly why I have a dream, a German dream. In contrast to German Angst, a society which is built on values, empathy, love, and courage, instead of being ingrained with racism, nationalism, or other forms of discrimination. I know that Germany is so much more and can be even more, also its civil societies. And to bring that German dream, or European dream, or global dream to life, I believe we need more activism. This is why me and my sisters founded human rights organizations How I Help, out of the ashes of genocide I spoke of today, to help survivors and elevate their voices to the public and political decision makers. This made the topic of the genocide bigger. Now there are court hearings against ISIS perpetrators in debates in the German Bundestag. And this is something we and the survivors are very proud of. Later, we founded the educational initiative German Dream, which we want to empower civil society by engaging into a fruitful dialogue about chances, values, and perspectives, especially with and for marginalized people. Because we deeply believe that everyone can follow his or her individual German dream in this country. We need this kind of activism. One that comes from the full, the light, the joyful, and not from the burnout, bitter, and fearful. What I see in today's public sphere and in the corporate world so much. So here are my 5 recommendations and tips on how I believe we are able to overcome crisis and forge a strong civil society. 1, leave your comfort zone. In my family's case, comfort zone would have been deadly. It's important to have a culture of error. It's also important to lead humanly and with heart. It's important to rely on your gut feeling. It's important to leave your comfort zone again and again and again and to take risks. This feeling that comes when you grow and develop like you do, in what we do with both of our organizations, we want those affected to have their say and not to be silenced by oppressive social structures. Second, there's always crisis. And that is exactly where impact is generated. I'm convinced of that. That's why we have to become crisis managers and not just problem solvers. We are not crisis tested in Europe, but that's a muscle we have to exercise. Crisis is a constant. It's about surfing this wave. That's what we try to do every day, also by being relational, following what Hannah Arendt called die Liebe zur Welt, the love for the world. Third, team is everything. There is no I, no ego in times of crisis. We have to cast aside the neoliberal mindset, which is in part responsible for the crisis we see today, and adopt a mindset of relational culture. This is what we are doing day by day in our organizations. Very successful, together as a team. That doesn't mean to abandon individuals' freedom altogether. They are very important. But we have to understand that the individual is nothing without the community. And that is something international. We deeply feel that right now with the Russia crisis, which leads me to my fourth point. Humanity. Compassion is a muscle. You should work on it. Train it every single day. 5, make your joy driving force. If I have learned anything, no one, not any dead or alive persons, are served if you are in a bad mood. If you are ashamed of your privileges, if you are castigated yourself, it's your responsibility to lead yourself. And from what I've learned, coming from a full cup that is driven by a dream, by connection, by joy, rather than angst of the future, is one of the strongest drivers. Just as humanity is a muscle, joy is also a muscle. We need to cultivate it. To dream, that sounds naive, I know, but that is one of the most important binding forces, to cultivate big dreams and then to realize them, to be a possibilist. I dream of a society in which it doesn't matter what religion, what wallet, what background one has, but what we can all achieve together, choosing and being driven by an individual and collective German dream rather than to freeze in German angst. Thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Duzen. Thank you for those inspiring words. One of the crises that we've been talking about here already today is the war in Ukraine, and it certainly has upended the many assumptions that we have about security and peace and the global world order. And our next speaker is going to be telling us a little bit about that. He's the research director at the German Council on Foreign Relations, the DGAP here in Germany. He also heads the Security and Defense Program. Please welcome Christian Mülling.
There we start. Hey, everybody. It will be easy to distinct myself from the very good speech that we had before, because, first of all, it's a little bit of more a grumpy future that I will have to talk about, and the crisis and the role of Ukraine in it. but also something where, because you're a little bit running late, I'm coming immediately to the point. And the point actually is not about Ukraine, but it's about talking about you and me and the future of conflict and crisis. You and me as individuals and inhabitants of cities, but also as subjects and targets of current and future crisis. And just to acknowledge that at the beginning, even if we talk about, or if we're meant to talk about Ukraine or war, we are currently, and that refers, I guess, to the speaker before the last speaker, we are already in a triple crisis. So we have conflict in Ukraine, which is the most visible one for everybody, but we have still an ongoing or potential corona crisis, and we have the climate crisis as well. All these things are no longer future issues. They are with us, and they are basically challenging our decision-making and our everyday life. And the main challenge, if you look into your future as an inhabitant of cities or as an active citizen, is to understand that security is not a zero-sum game. You cannot choose to be resilient vis-à-vis climate change, but basically spend nothing on defense or say cybersecurity is nothing that should matter for me. There is no choice in investing into your security, actually. The most important thing about war is, and I guess that makes it so fascinating for so many people, is, at least in times of crisis, so when real war breaks out, it is one of the most complex events, or the complex event, and it is a direct threat to life. But this is not what I'm going to talk to you about now. So what is happening to the people in Ukraine? Why not? Because the bigger picture is that this war is only one phenomenon within a bigger change in Europe and the European order. And that is the changing order from peace to conflict. The war as such is something where you can easily say we have been unable to read the signals of the past. 2014 was the first war of Russia on Ukraine. And it didn't induce the necessary change to prevent the war in 2022. And that's why we are here today, looking into this war. But as I said, I want to talk about the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is we are running into something that is called, in those communities I'm working most of the time, a systemic conflict. And this systemic conflict is about no longer a military conflict, as you can currently see it, which is the most visible part of what is happening in Ukraine. It is about everything that happens in your daily life. It's about economics, it's about the civilian infrastructure, it's about targeting individuals. The other effect of this systemic conflict is that the distinction, the classic distinction between war and peace is no longer possible. So you're living actually in a constant state of changing degrees of conflict. And, as I said, these conflicts are being extended actively and decisively across every sphere of life that matters to you, that matters to public domain, etc., etc. And just to make this clear, this is not an accident. Those who are attacking us today and in the future have clear objectives. That is about destroying our internal structures. That is social cohesion, democratic institutions, freedom, the plurality of life, and all those where the basic critical infrastructures are below this. And this is interesting, looking into the funders of this event. This is all about traffic, energy, etc., etc. All those things that you currently see are targeted in Ukraine are not the foundations of military activity. They are the foundations of your everyday civilian life. And just to be clear, this is nothing that will be limited to any space because, or to any geographical space, because if you are successful as an attacker, then of course you will learn from that and will take this way forward to basically try to achieve your objectives, whatever they are. So this is not only about a conflict with Russia, it's also about future conflicts, for example, with China. This doesn't need to be a military conflict. I'm not talking about a military conflict here. It's much more about the ability of coercion and of the inability of us as Europeans, as Germans, as inhabitants of Berlin, of taking free decisions on our own lives. And I guess this is the most challenging thing, especially, I think I need to put this into, as this is an international community sitting here, especially as a German, if you take a look on why are those foreign forces are so successful, the answer is simple, but makes a rather complex problem for us. It is because the other actors are so capable of combining all the different domains, all the different areas. They are able to bring to all the different battlefields their effects because they are able to coordinate themselves. And this is especially if you live in a federal country like Germany, where power is distributed across so many different levels, difficult to imagine how to engage with such challenges coming from the outside. So if you take this as the starting point, what basically to do? It is no longer a strategy for security or whatever you would like to talk it, or to achieve peace. It is about a strategy of conflict that entails, and that also comes on top of it, that entails the adaptation to disruptive change. What I've said before, the distinction or the distance between 2014, the first Russian war in Ukraine, and 2022 is a time of missed learning, and also a time where the environment around Europe has continued to change. So it's no longer about the objectives of peace or whatever you want to have in 2024, in 2014, and not in 2022. It's about where do we want to live in the future, and how do we extrapolate our future, and how can we achieve these objectives against the active will of others. And I guess that is, especially me being kind of genetically and socially German, is something that we haven't thought about the last 30 years. So this is something where the disruptive change outside Germany is basically challenging or demands disruptive change inside Germany. If we don't do it, others will bring this change to us, as it has happened in Ukraine lately. What does it mean for cities and people? Coming to the last point. Cities are only one part in delivering 360-degree security, but they are an essential part. Cities deliver public services kind of on the last meter, if you want to. So cities inhabit the most critical infrastructures, but they are also the space, the social space for participation in democracy. And there you can already see the challenges that are upcoming. It's not only the technical infrastructure, which is at least easy to define, not easy to fix the problems, but at least easy to define where the challenges are. It is about making cities and metropolitan areas where participation in democracy can take place. Because social unrest is, of course, the biggest target for social unrest are metropolitan areas, because they are a kind of a hub for potential problems, and basically can have, through different ways, be it media or whatever, effects to the whole country. The way towards that is actually empowering people. And that's nothing that a federal government likes to hear, because it means giving power away. But the fact is that this power has been lost already. If Germany wants to be safer, we need everybody of you as a security agent, and especially because on your weakest point, which is this one, which is the most critical infrastructure that everybody has in its pocket. It's sending information, it's sending geodata, it's sending everything where you are, and it can find you on many levels. So this is something where power needs to be given back to the people, and the empowerment, be it in the cyber domain, be it in the information domain. There's another potential that cities have, which is city diplomacy. We have seen examples, especially during the Trump era, where cities have taken up their own role in communicating below the federal levels with other societies and other cities on issues of common interest. This is something that would allow us to have a second layer in diplomacy, which to a certain extent can be independent of what national governments have to do. And third, and that is at least a hope or a dream, is new city partnerships. Why not having more partnerships, for example, with Kiev or other cities, in, on the one hand, helping them to get back on their feet with their infrastructure, but at the same time, learning from them. Because if we take a look into those countries who are currently under threat, they still have to offer something, not only in terms of, solidarity, but also in terms of what they have learned already, be it from the war and how do you become resilient, or, especially if you take a look into Ukraine, how you can become successfully a digital society and still have solidarity in times of war and not being split up by that. I'm not sure whether this is a positive end. I hope it is. I can only wish that you can take something from there, but for me it's most important that in societies that we all live in that are becoming more and more individualistic, it is necessary to understand that even your individual security, coming back to that, cannot be split up. You cannot choose, especially if you take a look back to the triple crisis that I have just described, which is not a crisis of the future, it's a crisis of today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christian, for that note of optimism and that call to action at the end there. Our next speaker is going to tell us about how the current crises need to drive a fundamental change in attitude towards sustainability. That is a must, according to her, and she's going to tell us how it is all in our head. She's a neuroscientist and a professor of media psychology at the University of Applied Sciences in Cologne, also a best-selling author. She's going to be joining us for her presentation remotely, so please welcome Maren Urner.
So, hello. I want to use the next minutes to invite you to understand your brain a little bit better and to realize why that understanding is crucial for the future of humanity on this planet. So a lot to take in 11 or 12 minutes, and a very humble title of my presentation that you already see this is It's All in Our Head, realizing that true sustainability is the only chance we have. As I've already been said, I'm a neuroscientist. So, of course, I need to start by showing you a brain. In fact, I have a very intimate relationship with the one you see here because it's a picture of my brain. But I'm not showing you this picture only to brag about my beautiful brain, but also to highlight the fact that every brain looks different. In fact, if I would put MRI scans, like the one you see here from my brain, of all your brains next to each other, you'd easily spot many differences between them. That is, without any training in radiology, medicine, or neuroscience. And this brings me to the third and last aspect, why I'm showing you this picture. Because all brains are different, we all see, hear, smell, taste, and feel the world in different ways. And because I cannot take my brain and put it into somebody else's head in order to let that person perceive what I perceive, there's really only one way I can inform others about my thoughts, perceptions, and feelings. Yes, via communication, often verbally, but also in many other ways. And everybody who has ever tried to communicate with others knows for sure a lot can go wrong. In fact, so horribly wrong that we, as humans and humanity, are experiencing many crises and conflicts. There's the refugee crisis, there's still a pandemic keeping us busy, there's war in Europe, and of course there's the climate emergency, which no longer needs to be depicted by polar bears on melting ice sheets or people dying either because of killing heat or killing floods somewhere far away. No, also in Europe, we can now use local pictures like the one you see here from the devastating flood in Germany last summer. Importantly, we need to realize that all these crises are connected and that the overarching question really is, how do we want to live together? Now, you might think, who am I to come up with such a claim and question? Well, it wasn't me who came up with it, and maybe I can increase your trust into the conclusion I just shared with you by quoting the very person who is in charge of the United Nations, the institution that was built to let people and nations work together for a better future. So a couple of weeks ago, Antonio Guterres said, or rather tweeted, the following: "The climate crisis is the #1 emergency. Renewables not only fight the climate crisis, they support energy security. Renewables are the peace plan of the 21st century." So, we know this. Humanity knows this. It's not some kind of secret or something people are telling each other behind closed doors. And what do we do about it? We do the opposite. Like a kid that's not told to climb the cupboard or not to touch the hot tub. What do I mean by that? Well, let me show you a picture, or rather graph, that illustrates the paradox we live perfectly. Here you see the global CO2 emissions from energy combustion and industrial processes between 1900 and 2021. And what shall I say? Hooray! Last year we broke the record and reached a new high, emitting more than 36 gigatons CO2. But leaving the cynicism aside about this record, you probably have no clear idea what that means. And you're not alone with that, because it is well documented how poorly our brain is able to process large numbers, especially when it comes to abstract things like CO2 emissions. So some clever humans came up with ways to calculate the so-called carbon budget that is still left to be relatively certain to stay below a certain level of global warming. And without going into too much detail, today we have 6 years, 10 months and 6 days left, and a few hours and seconds, to bring our emissions to zero if we want to be 67% certain to stay below the 1.5 degree limit. The 1.5 degree limit that we, humanity, globally agreed to in Paris in 2015 in the famous Paris Agreement. I cannot help myself and ask us all, are we completely insane? Or more precisely, why are we collectively destroying the very basic of our existence? Because we've been telling ourselves the wrong stories about what and who is important, and have thus implemented societal structures and incentives that misguided our ideas about what we should focus on, what we attend to, and what we spend our time with. That might sound lofty, you might think now. So let me ask you an important question. What is the most important currency in the world? No, it's not money. And again, no, it's also not energy. The one thing we truly need is food. So the most important currency is, or should be, calories. Or to put it slightly more elegant, despite all our accomplishments, we owe our existence to a 6-inch layer of topsoil and the fact it rains. So we got that straight, and you might think and feel slightly different about your next visit to the supermarket, the next time you see a farmer working late at night, or the next time you mindlessly eat in front of 2 or 3 screens. But most importantly, now that we got the facts straight, we can ask the most vital question. What now? Where do we go from here? And before we decide on that, I want to invite you to value and embrace your truly magnificent brain a bit better. Because even though it's, together with its colleagues, put us in this rather tricky situation we are now in, our brains also hold the solution to get us out. Because even though we have all these cognitive biases that sometimes or often let us do things that are neither good for us nor for anybody else, we also have this ever-changing organ in our head. What do I mean by that? Well, you might have heard or even said yourself, I can't do that, I'm too old for that. Or I can't change because I'm too old for that. But that's nonsense. That's fake news, so to say, because our brain is changing all our life. Thus, do we want to change is the wrong question to ask. Instead, the only question we can and should ask is, how do we want to change? Because our brains change no matter what until the last synapse has gone silent. Every thought changes your brain. And because that is the underlying biology of my claim that it's all in our heads, I want to give you yet another thought. This even that every thought is changing our brain. So coming back to communication and its fundamental role for our existence, I'm changing your brains right now, given the fact that you listen to me, maybe see me, and so on. So where do we go from here? I suggest we finally leave the static thinking behind that brought us here and embrace what I call dynamic thinking, using our ever-changing brain in a more conscious, a more self-determined, heck yes, a freer way. And this comes with 3 ingredients where I want to end. First, we can focus on the what now, or we should focus on the what now by asking better questions. It changes our brain and our perspective when we think and talk about what for instead of against what we are. It enables us to think about the future we so desperately need to create in a sustainable and healthy way. And that brings me to the second ingredient of the dynamic thinking. In order to do this, in order to ask this what for, we need to redefine groups. And instead of playing endless blame games, looking for scapegoats, discriminating and excluding on our way, we should always ask the question, what do we share? What do we have in common? What connects us? And there's always something, believe me. And that brings me to the last and final and third ingredient of the dynamic thinking. If we start doing that, and that is if we really truly ask ourselves what connects us to the others, we automatically tell new stories, not only the ones around the campfire, the ones in the theaters and in Hollywood, but also the stories we tell each other about what a good life means, about what we truly need, and about what makes the human animal successful. A story that we are social animals that depend on each other and on a few inches of soil and some rain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maren. And we have the good fortune that Maren is actually going to be joining us in person tomorrow for a deep dive. And again, that's your opportunity to exchange a bit with our speakers. So we're looking forward to host you here at Q Berlin tomorrow, Maren. Another round of applause for that fascinating presentation.
Thank you.
Now we're going to take a break for lunch. Before you get up, though, I just want to let you know that Lutz invited you all to explore the building, and this is your chance to do so. You can head up to the rooftop terrace. You just walk down this path here and take one of the elevators up to the terrace. You can enjoy your lunch. Make sure you're back here by 3 p.m., by 1500, because we want to bring to you more dynamic conversations with an economic advisor to the Ukrainian president and a musical performance. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 3. Thank you. after lunch? Good, I hope. Yes, ready to go. Well, we have such a packed program, rather, for you that we're glad that you all came back to join us right on time. I do have to say that we have the news that Rem Koolhaas, who we had planned to have us join here for this conference, unfortunately could not join us due to pandemic-related reasons. So unfortunately, we couldn't bring you that presentation from Rem, but we're hoping that he might be able to join us in the future for our next discussions in Q Berlin. Now we're going to look at, in this block, the topic of global cohesion and solidarity, how we foster and forge more cohesion and solidarity. And one of the topics that we've discussed is migration. We have these mass patterns of migration happening all over the world, within countries and, of course, beyond borders. And that is having a significant impact on demographics as well. And that is something that our next speaker is going to talk to us about. He is the founder and managing partner of Future Map. He's a best-selling author and a specialist on geopolitics and globalization. Please welcome Parag Khanna to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sumi. Pleasure to be here and to see all of you live in person. I know that this event has, as with many others, been aching to reconvene in ever larger numbers, and you've done it. I want to give a very special congratulations to Burkhard and your team at Visit Berlin and the whole constellation of organizations that are working together to drive the revival of Berlin and the movement to define its future. And I have to say, as someone who's just flown in, but is studying cities and the post-COVID recovery around the world, there's just very few places that everyone who's in this domain is looking at and saying, which are the places that are kind of setting the standard? Who is building the kind of place that people want to be? And that people can, in fact, come to, arrive in, find a place, whether you are, tragically, Ukrainian refugee or a digital nomad, or maybe a climate migrant. What cities are ready for the world ahead and that are innovating? And guess what? Berlin is on that list. And many of you may be Berliner, which would be a wonderful thing. Those of you who are not, but if you, like me, have been coming here for more than 30 years, I just want to remind you, it was not a foregone conclusion 30 years ago that Berlin would be what it is today, that it would be the place that if you took a vote of hundreds of millions of young people, of talented people, of professionals all over the world and said, hey, what's the coolest city in the world? Berlin would probably be number one, right? That's not something that was obvious 30 years ago. So it's the great work of many of you in this room and most certainly of the Visit Berlin team and of the Senat, the mayor's office, and everyone else. So let's step back a bit, because every city, a city this important, a city this visible, has a role to play in the global division of labor, in the uncertain future that lies ahead, a world full of challenges. And I don't want to sugarcoat it, so to speak, because there are many people who look at very specific challenges that are afflicting the world. It could be, obviously, COVID. That was shattering for so many societies. Could be civil war, conflicts, geopolitics, social unrest, political polarization, supply chain disruptions. Now, ordinarily, you would say, well, that's one crisis this week and another crisis next week and another crisis next week. But what's been happening in the last couple of years is fairly unprecedented, right? It's everything at the same time. And I'm not here to tell you that it's going to get any easier. It's not. The kind of world we live in, if you want to put a very academic term on it, is a complex system. It doesn't ever return to the way it was, the good old days, whatever decade you may define those good old days as being. That's not the way it works with climate change. It's not the way it works even with politics. Things keep on moving in chaotic new directions, and these forces, these challenges, collide with each other, right? COVID and geopolitics simultaneously in border closures, which has an impact on food prices, and that leads to political instability in many parts of the world. And on and on and on and on it goes, which leads to refugee flows, obviously. All those things are connected. They're not just separate news items. So the hardest thing to do intellectually is to try and have the foresight to say, well, what comes next as all of these forces collide? Or, since you actually cannot do that, even with all the supercomputing in the world, we can't quite figure out exactly what's going to happen next. Can we prepare for anything, prepare for everything? And that ultimately is a challenge that cities have to do, not just federal governments. We can't just wait. This is no longer a world where city leaders wait for federal governments to tell them what to do, to give them the off-the-shelf solution. The solution comes from the cities that are responding to those challenges, and then those lessons spread from cities to other cities. So just to summarize where we are in terms of this global complexity, right? It's a world where we've never had such wide demographic imbalances. That means the gap between old and young. That's right here in this country, it's all across the Western world, and it's globally, where the Northern Hemisphere is aging, the Southern Hemisphere is young. We have the political crises. Right now, there are a half dozen or more locations in the world that are the origin of more than 1 million outbound refugees or asylum seekers. Think of Myanmar, Afghanistan, Syria, of course, Yemen, Ukraine, Venezuela, at the same time. These are not even connected crises as such. So the politics and geopolitics, the spillover effects that that has. You have your economic dislocation, your financial crises, even just the accelerating process of the late 20th century of globalization, leading to factories closing in one place, people losing their jobs and moving to new places. You have the technological disruptions of labor automation through artificial intelligence. Again, more people lose their jobs, move to other places. And then there could be positive technological disruptions, like remote work, of course. Right? You can be a digital nomad, you can take advantage of that and go move and live anywhere. And then you have climate change too. And what do all these have in common? Well, these are the 5 or 6 buckets of drivers of human mobility. This is why people move from point A to point B. You could go back to the retreat of the last ice age, which was about 12,000 years ago, for those who don't remember what they learned in geology class, and you would look at why did people move? Or the last 100,000 years, as our species began moving across the continents, there's always an environmental reason, a political reason, resource-related reason for why people move. And today, all of these forces are in hyperdrive, right? We talked about the number of conflicts, we talked about the gap between old and young, and climate change. And the difference between this world and, say, 12,000 years ago is, of course, connectivity, right? We have this physical, infrastructural connectivity. So you've got a very simple mathematical kind of formula here showing that we're going to have accelerated mobility. We're going to have more people moving in more directions than ever before. And this may seem very ironic because we're just coming out of a lockdown, right? And the lockdown may prove to be, the most temporary big thing ever. And a lot of people extrapolated from that movement. In 2020 and even into 2021, people said, well, this is it, right? It's a whole new world. People just can't travel, can't move. Well, tell that to, Heathrow Airport, right? And the piles of baggage there, and tell that to refugees coming out of war zones, and then the growing number of climate migrants. You can't stop the force of human mobility. So prepare for a century where it becomes more and more and more. And the struggle that we have at its most fundamental level is actually a geographical one. And it's because the geographies, and I say geographies plural, that characterize our world are very fundamentally misaligned. We just take for granted that the map of the environment, of our natural geography is stable, but it's of course not stable, right? Because of rising sea levels, because of desertification, because of destruction of the rainforest and so forth. And the political geography is being challenged all the time. Look at the wars that have blown up and that frequently do even when we don't expect it. The map of political boundaries is also not stable. The map of economic geography and infrastructure is certainly not stable. Relentless competition between countries and cities for business, for economic activity, that too is highly competitive. And the last map, the one on the right, is the map of human geography. That's us. Right? We are the result of those forces. Right now, again, it seems stable. During COVID, we like to tell ourselves, well, this was it. This is the finished map. This is the 8 billion people in the world. And this is where we live, and this is where we are meant to be, and this is where we're going to be. And I'm here to tell you that's not at all true. when you have all of those driving forces pushing people to move, when you have all of this misalignment of these layers of geography, that map, these pixels, here you have it. There are literally 8 billion pixels on this map. And the United Nations announced on Population Day just a couple of months ago that they're marking November 15th, so exactly 2 months from now is the day when they will declare that the world population has 8 billion people. So I jumped the gun, I put 8 billion pixels on this map. And this is where we are now. This is going to change. Now let's zoom in on one very obvious and major significant reason why, and it's climate change. So what did I just show you in the last 5 seconds? This is called the suitability index. Right? The suitability index looks at the change in the capacity, if you will, of a place to support human life based upon these relative pre-existing conditions. Now, a place that's red, it doesn't mean that you cannot physically live there, but it certainly becomes less and less comfortable. And a lot of people have looked at the IPCC global climate projections, and we've told ourselves, because they've told us, well, by 2040, emissions will rise to such and such level, and temperatures could rise this much, and the map will look like this. But if you saw the news just a couple of months ago with the heat waves in South Asia, for example, it already looks like this. This is not the map of 2050 necessarily, right? Again, complex systems are always evolving and changing. I hope that by now we all understand that we do not have till 2050 and then in 2050 we start to pay attention, right? I don't think I have to tell anyone here this. So those numbers, you have to always throw away the calendar in a way and look at the trend that's already emerging. And this is where we seem to be headed. And clearly this means that people will be on the move because there's some bitter ironies in this map. Again, I showed you before the human distribution, and now you have the climate model. Now, you must have noticed a couple of things. Most of the population of our species lives in places that are turning more and more red. And if you looked at it by age, you find that most of the older populations in the world live in areas that are green or greening, and most of the young people in the world, literally the demographic future of us, is more or less trapped in these conditions. And if that isn't misalignment of geography, I don't know what is. And if that is not a significant ethical, moral, and political challenge, the central one of our time, I don't know what is. This is it. Now, I mentioned that for thousands of years people have been migrating and moving. If you just take the last few centuries, you will notice, you can literally count it, that several hundred years ago, if you go back to colonialism and the slave trade, you had millions of people moving over the course of a century, tens of millions. By the late 20th century, we had hundreds of millions of people relocating around the world. And primarily, not only did populations grow, especially in Asia, but you had mass migrations from Europe to North America, and you've had from the Near Eastern regions into Western Europe and so forth. But you notice that over the last several centuries, the drivers of migration have largely been categorized as either political or economic, right? War or the search for opportunity. But now you have already in this century, in just the last 20 years, a third of all migration is related to climate. And we don't even have laws that properly govern and account for that. But be that as it may, people will be moving, they'll be searching for a better life. And I think we are creatures fairly predictable, if you will. If we were all governed by a program, the program would probably say, fight or flight, right? Seek stability, seek places that have food and water, right? That have healthcare, education, where you can have a job, that are friendly. Fairly obvious kinds of things. And that circulation of people is inevitably going to push people in that direction. And that means, of course, places that are green on the map and that are politically stable on the map and that are building in the right way and that are evolving politically in the right direction. Places like Berlin, perhaps. And who's going to be doing the moving? Well, it's going to be above all young people, because what's happening at this point in time is that the world population is also plateauing. Fertility has actually been declining for decades. And so, as I mentioned, the UN is going to say we're reaching 8 billion people now. The world population at its peak, which will occur in the next 20 years probably, is not going to reach more than 10 billion people, which is still plenty, but it's not a problem of the number, it's about the distribution, right? We have plenty of space on this planet for 10 billion people. There are 150 million square kilometers of land for anyone who pop quiz, right? But where people live is the difference. And it's going to be about young people. And who are young people? Well, a lot of you are young people. And if you were to take, and in our political conversations, especially in the mature economies and aging societies like Germany or America, we sort of take for granted that we always talk about aging, aging, aging. The world is aging. The world population is aging. Look at Japan, even look at parts of China and so forth. But actually, I want to remind everyone, there are more young people than old people in the world. Just a fact, right? There's if you take the millennial generation, Generation Z, and Generation Alpha, right? The three generations that constitute the world's youth. That's close to 5 billion people. That's the majority of the human population are young. If you were to line up 8 billion people in the world, or soon 9 billion people, and take the median human being right in the middle, that person wouldn't be like a post-war, late 20th century family, married couple, 2 income, suburban household, 2 children. That's not the structure anymore. I think a lot of you might be able to relate to this. The median person in the world is young, not old. The median person doesn't own property. The median person has very precarious employment. The median person lives in a very large, developing world megacity, not in a wealthy society. The median person doesn't have children. Right? This is you, many of you. It's most of the world. And it's certainly 100% of the future. Even as people get older, family structures are changing, demographics is changing, sociology, values are changing. And what do young people value? Well, young people are the most surveyed and psychoanalyzed generation in the history of the world because tech companies read all of your Facebook posts and all of your Instagram feeds. And what they say is that young people actually have values that I hope all of us identify with, right? Connectivity is a human right. Sustainability is a human right. Mobility is a human right. And I think we should be redesigning our institutions, our infrastructure, our political systems, our business models around these values that I think young people intuitively share, and they have a lot to teach the world about how to design our systems. So I put youth at the center of my work. And when thinking about the future of human geography, building a better world and finding the ideal locations to optimize the talents and potential of youth should be every single person's #1 priority. And that means rather than thinking about a world that's governed by xenophobia and populism and walls and borders, we should be thinking a lot more about recirculating people based upon their skills or humanitarian reasons and reconstituting society accordingly. And I think we can do this. Just a reminder, in the big grand scheme of things. If we look back at the last couple of 100 years, well, we can give ourselves a scorecard. We're really bad at maintaining global peace. Really bad. We're really, really bad at taking care of the planet, aren't we? Can I tell you one thing that we're unbelievably good at? It's absorbing the movement of people. Despite all the borders in the world, 200 countries, more countries than have ever existed, more borders, more checkpoints than ever before, and yet hundreds of millions of people, 1 billion people this century will inevitably move. And we are very, very good at it. So don't let any politician or leader say, oh, hold on, this is just a cultural, conundrum, how will we ever do this? This is exactly what Western societies in particular have done so well for 200, 300 years, is absorb the movement of people. And the winners are those that do the best, that absorb the most people and do the best job of integrating them and creating an ever-evolving culture and civilization out of them. So, Angela Merkel famously said, "Wir schaffen's," and I would say that's what needs to be thought of on a global scale. So my final message is also a call to action, which is that you want to be part of the solution, right? Everyone does. And I would say that the solutions fit into 2 buckets, 2 simple things that can be articulated in layman's terms. If you're doing one of these 2 things, you're part of the solution. You are either moving people to where the resources are, right? You are helping people move to stable locations, politically or ecologically, or you're moving technologies to people, to where they need them if they can't move themselves. And that could be solar energy, it could be water desalination, it could be drought-resistant seeds, whatever the case may be. Ask yourself every day, are you either helping move people to resources or technologies to people. And if you do that, if you're part of that, then you're on the right side of history, and you are officially what it means, I think, to be a Berliner in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Parag. I'll just ask very quickly, because we're short on time. I'll ask you very quickly, do you think Berlin is in the position to take on this hyperdrive mobility that you described? Is Berlin the right place for this?
It's one of them. I had a map I didn't show, which I call new civilizational centers, and we have to remember that the history of humanity is also the history of people moving to cities, right? More than half the world's population is now urban, and it isn't one city. We have many, many, many cities. And when people talk about the fate of the city, they often have in their mind sort of like New York or Los Angeles. But again, the last 7,000 years is a competition among cities, actually, to be the hub, the imperial center or the civilizational center or the radiant cultural center. And there will be many, and there will be newer places. And Berlin's population, as you know, is just recovered to what it was 100 years ago. Right? So there is space. It's so funny seeing friends here who are running some of the new locations in Berlin that are meant to redesign the city and the experience. And we have space. And it isn't just here. It's all across Europe and all across the Northern Hemisphere and parts of the Southern Hemisphere. The point is that Berlin, it's not about the number of people necessarily, right? It's about doing the right things and setting that example so that other places follow suit. And that's where I think Berlin is going to play a great role.
Great. Thank you, Parag. I wish we had more time for more questions, but if you can, grab Parag in the coffee breaks, and I'll try to do the same to ask some of the questions I had. Thanks for the great presentation. Thank you. We're going to move right on because we have a special guest joining us now remotely from Kyiv. He's an advisor to the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky. He's an assistant professor of economics at Cambridge University as well. He has kindly made time to speak with us during his many appointments in Kyiv. So please help me welcome Alexander Rodnyansky. Alexander, welcome to Q Berlin. Thank you for making time for us, as I said. I'm going to start with a question that I think a lot of people might be wondering, because we've all been watching the news and seeing how the current conflict has been perhaps shifting in recent days. Is it fair to say that this counter-offensive that we're witnessing with Ukrainian forces fighting back Russian forces, is this a tipping point?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, not in person, but at least online. And with regard to your question, absolutely, we do believe it's a turning point. We always said that it's going to come. It would have come earlier if we had more weapons early on. We're still outgunned, but we're much more effective. We're qualitatively on a superior level relative to the Russian side, and that's why we were able to do this. And I hope that our partners will now see this and become convinced that they shouldn't hesitate any longer when it comes to weapon deliveries. Remember, we've been doing this without a single modern tank by NATO standards, right? So we were using our own Soviet tanks, some of the tanks that we received in exchange from other countries, again, of the Soviet type. And so you can see the wonders that we can do. We captured around 3,000 square kilometers in 5 days. That's about twice the size of Greater London. And that's more than the Russians managed to capture in their conquest over the last 5 months. So yes, absolutely, we feel it's a turning point and it's going to continue. Our army is highly so the morale of our army is very high. The Russian army is demoralized, and we will try to keep this momentum.
3,000 kilometers in 5 days is pretty remarkable, and you say that this does appear to be a tipping point. How do you explain it? That's another question a lot of people have been asking.
Well, with just effective planning, obviously preparation, studying the enemy, and with the effectiveness and the high quality of our troops that we've shown. It's just, superiority on the battlefield. Now, I'm no military expert to go into the details here, but we've been preparing this and we've executed on it. We knew exactly how to exploit the weak points of the Russian side, essentially, their vulnerabilities. And we've also been grateful for the support that we received. So some of the intelligence was key here, the foreign intelligence as well, the satellite imagery, but it's all together, it's many factors.
We're going to talk, of course, about the economy, the Ukrainian economy, inflation, and support in the humanitarian sense as well. But I want to ask you, you said that Ukraine can actually defeat Russia provided it receives the right support. What does that mean? What support are you talking about?
Right, so primarily militarily, because this is happening on the battlefield, so that's not a surprise. We need, as I said, more modern tanks because we are heavily outgunned. Remember, quantitatively, we are still losing. They have a lot more troops, a lot more equipment. Qualitatively, we're on a much higher level, but that's still a difficult challenge for us. So we need more weapons. Concretely, I would say we need modern tanks, especially in this phase of the war. We also need more armored vehicles. A lot of the conquests that we've just managed to undertake happen actually with a lot of our infantry quite exposed. So we have a lot of our men and essentially a lot of our troops moving around in pickup vehicles and lightly armored vehicles. And that's bad news for them. That exposes them to a lot of the risks. So we need a lot more armored vehicles. We need other military equipment, which our experts will tell our partners and have been telling our partners about. So that's one component, is obviously military. The other component is that this war is happening economically as well. So Russia is trying to, because the blitzkrieg had obviously failed, so now it's trying to stifle our economy, destroy our economy, and it's playing the long game, essentially. It's meant to be a slow, painful death. And so what we are trying to do is obviously survive, overcome these challenges, and we need economic support to do that. So especially when it comes to our budgetary needs, again, we have spoken about this many times. We have communicated this to our partners, but that doesn't mean that progress is always quick. So if we look, for example, at the 9 billion euros that have been promised to us from the Commission, the European Commission, those still haven't reached us. There have been a lot of commitments in terms of the aid, but not actually too much, or not always the transfers in time. So the US is still providing most of the actual support, economic and military, and it's not so much the EU, even though this is happening in Europe. So I would say these two things. We need, obviously, the military support, but we also need the economic support in order to function, in order to be able to conduct the war effort.
You talked about economic challenges. Can you tell us more about what those are? I mean, what is the state of the Ukrainian economy after more than 6 months of war?
Yes, absolutely. So surprisingly, it's actually quite resilient. Our economy has turned out to be quite resilient in the large scheme of things, although, of course, we're in a deep crisis. So inflation is running at around 20 to 30%. So it's expected, the central bank expects inflation to reach around 30% by year end. That's quite high, but it's actually much less than in other war episodes. If you look at World War I or World War II, many countries had much higher inflation rates. When it comes to budget financing, or just the state of our budget, so that's a problem because we're running a high deficit, about 20 to 25% of GDP, and that means around $4 to $5 billion gap per month that we're missing. And so that's being financed. The question is how we're going to finance that. And the easiest thing would have been, of course, rely as much as we can on foreign aid, which we're trying to do. But as I just mentioned, that doesn't always arrive in time. And so we are obviously trying to issue debt. So our government has been trying to, wherever they can, essentially issue bonds at exorbitantly high rates. So that's a problem. And then the final option, which is the worst, is to obviously monetize the debt. And so we have been relying to some extent on that as well. Ever since the war began, our central bank has essentially, in layman's terms, been printing money in order to finance the war effort. But that's dangerous. And that's exactly what the Russian side tries to exploit. They're hoping that, inflation will turn into hyperinflation, that we won't be able to essentially finance anything, savings will be eroded, and then the economy will collapse. And that will then mean that we can't actually continue the war effort. That's exactly the plan and the calculus on the Russian side, and we can't let that happen. So I would say, the challenges are obviously very acute. It's a very serious situation we're in, but there's also good elements, because as long as we haven't reached this ultimate catastrophe, our economy actually managed to adapt quite well. We have businesses that picked up their activities. If we look at how much lending and borrowing goes on in the financial system, then we see it's actually quite surprisingly strong. A lot of businesses come to our banks for working capital needs, for example, to take out new credit, new loans. And so that is something you probably wouldn't expect, but it's happening. So, our economy is quite resilient, and the people turn out to be quite adaptive to the situation.
We have seen how the war in Ukraine has had a serious impact on food security worldwide. How has that impact been felt in Ukraine, and what is the situation of food security there at the moment?
Yeah, so our food security is pretty much guaranteed. I mean, we obviously don't consume nearly as much grain as we produce, so we used to export that. So in this sense, this has been more of an international topic than a topic for internal affairs or internally in Ukraine. But it is important to us because we rely on these exports normally for our revenues, obviously, and for just our GDP. And so that is, by the way, another area where we need more support. You were asking me what else does Ukraine need? So I would say we're trying to reestablish new supply routes, essentially by land or by rail. And these are going wherever they used to go by sea, but obviously the ports have been blocked. They've been unblocked a little bit, but not entirely, as we know. And so we're relying a lot on our European partners to help establish these new supply routes. But what we're seeing in recent days is that there's a lot of difficulty of getting our goods across the border. There's long queues, there's all these trails, and it seems to be that even though we've reduced trade barriers with Europe, and Europe has essentially removed all the tariffs that used to be there, there seems to be new non-tariff barriers to trade that have sprung up. And so that's something we certainly need to address in the short run.
The other side of that economic coin is, of course, Russia. And a question people have been posing here is, after several months of war, have the sanctions, the economic pressure that many Western countries have put on Russia, have they actually worked? What is your perspective on that?
Yeah, so I'm actually in the sanctions group or task force since day one. We formed a sanctions group as soon as the war started in order to help figure out which sanctions we need, what we can impose, work closely with our partners. So I've been quite an integral part of that process since day one. Now it's a bigger group called the Yermak-McFall Group on Sanctions that has an international component as well. And we publish a lot and we bring out papers and policy briefs on what should be done and what has been achieved. But to answer your question, I think that sanctions have been very effective whenever they were introduced. But the problem with sanctions is that most of the most effective sanctions haven't actually been introduced. So if we wanted to make sure that Russia doesn't have the financing and the capacity to continue its own war efforts, we should have been targeting the energy sector, much earlier and much more heavily. That hasn't happened, as everybody knows. I think people are now tired of all these discussions around sanctions, but that doesn't mean that the conclusions have changed. So they're expected to set in. We're hoping that an embargo will be in place sooner or later. So apparently when it comes to oil, it will be in place by the end of 2022. And hopefully with gas the same sometime down the road. But ultimately, Russia has managed so far this year at these exorbitant prices, which have obviously risen and which Russia expected, has managed to generate enough revenue to continue its war effort. So that's where sanctions have been missing, unfortunately, and where they would have been very effective in really crippling Russia's capacity to continue the war. But whenever sanctions were introduced, so for example, on the high-tech segment, they were actually very effective and they will play out over the years. So Russia has a serious issue now producing high-tech goods. Obviously, a lot of industries have come to a complete standstill. If you look at the automotive industry, for example, that's come to an almost complete standstill in Russia. So that's bad news for them, and that does have an effect on their capacity to, in the long run, to operate. And other segments like the military segment, the military equipment, is also going to be hard for them to replenish and produce because they've relied on a lot of chips, semiconductors in those industries as well, which they can't source now anymore. So the fact that they can't get these intermediate imported inputs, which they used to get, means that the quality of the goods that they've been producing and the types of goods that they've used to produce are now gone. But unfortunately, it hasn't meant that the war is going to end anytime soon. I will also say that sanctions have been effective in other areas, and we should continue to expand them in those other areas. For example, when it comes to personal targeted sanctions, Russia's elites have been targeted, but it's really far and few between. We have to remember that we can't just forget about these people. These people are an integral part of the Russian regime. They're not just some independent businessmen as we used to think about them in the West. They're actually, agents of the Kremlin that have been expropriating disloyal entrepreneurs on orders of the Kremlin, that have been basically permeating the corruption internationally, again, for the Kremlin. So we need to make sure that we bring them to justice, that we dismantle the oligarchy, and that we potentially also freeze their assets and transfer them for the future recovery of Ukraine, because there can be no other way. This is both effective if we want to reduce the long-term risks of this happening again, because I repeat, the oligarchy is a reason for why this has happened. It's not just, you can't let them say that they're victims of this. They're a reason for why this has happened. And it's also efficient and useful for us when it comes to the recovery of Ukraine.
Alexander, as we're just running out of time, I'll ask you to send one more message to our audience here, full of Germans and Europeans and people from all over the world, why it's important to continue to support Ukraine as this war continues.
Yeah, well, obviously, that's very simple to answer, but unfortunately not enough sometimes, because this is a war not just for Ukraine and for Ukraine's survival, but it's a war for the survival of civilization and European values and democratic values. If Russia is victorious this time, then this really spells bad news for the rest of Europe, for the rest of the civilized world, and for democracy in general. You will have an authoritarian regime changing the borders in the middle of Europe in the middle of the 21st century, and who knows what's going to happen afterwards. That's going to mean economic collapse or economic risks of imaginable magnitude that nobody could ever have imagined before, and obviously risks to the peace order in general.
Alexander Rodnyansky, thank you so much for joining us from Kyiv, for making time for us to join us at Q Berlin. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Great to have that message from Alexander joining us from Kyiv. One of the things he touched upon is how many people have fled, of course, Ukraine. We have seen movement of refugees to Berlin as well. With so many people moving to big cities like Berlin, the question is how these urban centers can cope with this type of migration. That's something that Parag touched upon a little bit earlier as well. I'd like to bring in our next speaker, who is also going to join us remotely. He served as the Lord Mayor of Sheffield and a member of the European Parliament. He's an author and director of the Union of Justice. Please welcome on our screen, Majid Majid.
Right, everyone. Am I correct in thinking I'm live and everybody can hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And it's a real pleasure to kind of be joining you guys remotely. And basically, thank you very much for that warm introduction. I appreciate that I've got a very unlikely story, I suppose. Like, people like me, we're not meant, or shall we say, we weren't crafted for public office. And never, like in my mother's wildest dreams, or even mine, did I ever imagine that somebody like me could actually become the mayor of my home city in Sheffield. Neither could I actually have ever imagined getting elected as a representative representing Yorkshire in the European Parliament, especially as my region had previously elected a far-right fascist to represent them. You see, my story was only made possible because I've really been fortunate enough to kind of understand the importance of courage, the value of eating cake, and the immeasurable impact of giving and receiving compassion can have, basically. To kind of explain this and more, let me kind of start from the beginning very briefly. So, with nothing but her courage, hope, and selfless determination, my mother made the decision for us to leave Somalia due to the devastating and ongoing civil war and internal conflict. And after a few months, I was living in Ethiopia, waiting to see where in the world we would end up. We found ourselves in Sheffield, in Yorkshire. And, coming from a very hot country like Somalia, my earliest memory of our arrival in the UK was that it was raining a lot. And it didn't take too long to kind of realize that this weather was the kind of default setting for this part of the world. And after spending some time studying aquatic zoology at university, I came back to my home city to kind of see levels of injustices I'd never seen before. Due to austerity cuts, libraries were closing down, youth clubs were closing, people were living in really terrible housing conditions, far-right groups were rising, and there was kind of really a lack of opportunities. And for these reasons and many more, I kind of decided to ask lots of questions like, who were my elected representatives? Why are they really difficult to get hold of? Why is there such low engagement? And how could I actually get elected and actually become an elected representative? And how could I do a better job? And I guess it was through asking a series of questions and, being tired of complaining and tired of asking the wrong people to do the right thing, I decided to take the leap and stand in for office myself, initially as an elected councillor and then as mayor of Sheffield. You see, I kind of really felt compelled, shall we say, to do something to combat all the rhetoric of hate, fear, and division that I was witnessing. So I decided I had to play more of an active role within my community. And with everything that was happening around the world in Sheffield, I thought if I can at least make my small part of the world better, that's at least me doing something. And it really was with that compassion that kind of still drives me to this day, basically. And like, I guess many people, my background and experiences growing up really kind of made me believe that not only can things get better, but they can also be done better. And it was with that, noble intention and being inspired by the simple philosophy of doing things differently, I can honestly say I have attempted to use my platform to champion good and tackle injustices wherever I saw them. And of course, a lot of that was using creativity and, the intention was to bring people together in a world that at times feels like it's driving us apart. And the reception I kind of received, whether that be on social media, traditional media, speaking with strangers, visiting schools, or just, speaking with businesses, it was kind of overwhelmingly positive and empowering. You see, what I kind of really learned was that people, the status quo had kind of left the majority of people really, really tired and in despair and kind of really wanting something new. And however, it hasn't been, shall we say, easy at times. And of course, it came with many challenges and personal and public, whether that be kind of overcoming my own imposter syndrome, even at times my own city council attempting to change a 125-year-old constitution to try and limit my influence, to kind of dealing with a barrage of abusive and death threats at times that kind of left me, like many people, exhausted at times. And as someone who kind of really prides themselves on being a creative, I really kind of came to, understand that performance is at the heart of persuasive politics. Communication today, especially when you're competing with so many other things, while at the same time people's attention spans are getting shorter and shorter, it really is difficult. And I learned early on that you have to not just think about what your message is and what you want people to hear, but you also have to how you want them to hear and how you want them to interact with it. And a lot of it is performative and at times, and you can kind of you have to give people a reason to kind of engage. And that kind of really does stem with authenticity. So yes, a lot of the kind of methods that I would use, and in terms of engaging people, would be using popular culture, photography, and at times using bombastic acts, which left many people scratching their heads. But everything was calculated with the intention to, of course, spark debate and ignite change, or at the very least, push ideas forward. It kind of really was, I was fortunate that it kind of resonated with people's emotions, creating an environment where campaigners and storytellers can go into kind of win the hearts and minds by creating a cultural shift in opinions. This thing kind of really went on to pave the way for policy change through public and political pressure. And I guess with the consequences of climate change, the ongoing global pandemic and the war in Europe, our world is experiencing serious challenges. And despite how many global summits that take place or how many new policies get introduced, the reality is that I kind of can't forget at times is that we can't legislate love, we can't legislate compassion, and we definitely can't legislate empathy. That's why I think we can't afford to neglect the role art has in helping us identify with one another and expanding our notion of we from local to global. And it was actually the late, great Maya Angelou who said, people may not remember exactly what you did or what you said, but they will always remember how you made them feel. And I guess that really couldn't be more true, especially in times when we're kind of living where, life moves so fast and we all kind of suffer with so much information overload. I always try and kind of really engage with people on an emotional level to kind of grab their attention, kind of elevate their essential causes and kind of demand things that are better. And I guess to a certain degree, let's face it, it doesn't always come without risk. And that's something you kind of just have to accept. And one of the things I kind of learned quite early on is that people are just not going to like you. You will offend someone. Maybe you may even end up offending lots of people, no doubt. But I always kind of remember the kind of point of saying, if you're trying to be everyone's cup of tea, you might as well be a mug, which is an old English saying. I guess that being said, one thing I realized early on was, the importance of meeting and kind of speaking with strangers, and especially with people who passionately disagreed with me and my actions, or even, at times straight up hated me. But, despite our differences, whether it be political, social, or whether, Crocs in public should be made illegal, it really, really is important to kind of understand that we have a lot more in common than our differences. So that being said, we all kind of have to, I guess I kind of learned that to have the commitment and courage to truth seeking, and understand that truth seeking is not something you can do in a closed-minded, self-righteous way. It requires values of intellectual humility, open-mindedness, willingness to engage with others, willingness to listen, willingness to even understand that at times you could be wrong, like nobody's got a monopoly on truth, understanding that we can be fallible, and kind of crucially understanding that truth seeking is a joint process. And just briefly, I really kind of want to touch on the topic of representation. I'm sure you will all agree with me that politics and institutions must be made accessible to absolutely everyone. And I try and live by that in everything that I do. And you kind of like, one thing it's a commonly held belief is that poor representation breeds mistrust and a lack of respect. Conversely, diverse representation builds tolerance and understanding. And if I'm being completely honest with you, one of the many reasons she would say that I gathered so much attention, positive and negative, as a politician or whatever, is due, in my opinion, to a failed democracy. Like if we look at those who are leaders, who are meant to lead us, whether that be institutions or governments, ask yourself, do they actually really reflect the people they are meant to represent? Is having diversity for diversity's sake a good thing? Like also just even like asking yourselves, does having diversity quotas lead to meaningful change? Like, don't get me wrong, of course, like, yes, representation matters and it is important. It's kind of incredibly, like, if you think about it, it's incredibly, really, really empowering for a minority community to see someone who looks and talks like them in a position of influence. But we must not make the mistake of subscribing to what I call trickle-down identity politics. Simply having more black and brown faces in high places will not solve the kind of deep-rooted issues for anybody. We can't afford to have more tinkering or tweaking around the edges of what I call a disaster capitalist global order. And diversifying inherently unjust systems is frankly liberal nonsense, in my opinion. So for a truly transformational change in the material realities of marginalized community space, nothing short of comprehensive social justice will do. And I guess, I say like, the past couple of years as an activist, as a politician, as a world citizen, has really taught me that there is always hope, even in the most obscure of places. And it's kind of really taught me three key valuable lessons that I'd love to share with you all. The first one being courage is contagious. And the reason I start with courage as the first is because it is the enabling virtue for any human being. Like you need courage to think, you need courage to change, you need courage to have hope. So, like making good things happen often means being in difficult situations, and you need the courage to carry out and stand up when people are telling you otherwise. So a question I'd love to kind of ask you all is, how do you actually train for courage in public life? Like you see people wanting to study politics, economics, communications, and people like we want to talk about strategy. But how do we actually learn courage? Like how do we learn to be courageous? Is it even something that is teachable, or is it something that can only be learned through practicing? The second lesson that I kind of learned that I'd love to share with you all is cake is a coping mechanism. And yes, I do mean cake. And listen, the thing is that we all need coping mechanisms to see the hope and to stop us from going numb, whatever that might be, whether that be yoga, like praying, painting, whatever that is. For me, like despite what my dentist or my waistline tells me, that mechanism is cake, and literally any form of cake will do. My personal favorite being Victoria sponge cake with a lot of custard. But in all seriousness, it's really important that we take care of ourselves and each other. Like I've always kind of had the long-held belief that we've got two hands, one for climbing and the other for lifting others as we're climbing. So I guess we can really never, achieve the change that we want to see alone. So I guess there's one thing we could all ask ourselves is, of course, firstly, what is your cake? And I guess in times of pandemic, war, and inflation, what are we doing to support those around us? And the last kind of lesson I'd like to share is, by no means the least, is compassion, compassion, compassion. Like, honestly, like, I'm sure there's many people from different backgrounds listening today, but regardless of what career or line of work you're in, compassion has and must be at the heart and center of everything that we do. Like, yes, we are living through polarizing, difficult times where we may encounter events, words, and people that absolutely infuriate us, but we need to be strong, be understanding, work collaboratively, and most importantly, show compassion, as compassion, in my opinion, is the ultimate manifestation of strength. So let me ask you all, like, how do you respond, shall we say, how do we respond to people who say compassion as it's a form of weakness, or better yet, how do you even train leaders, civic leaders, or anyone for that matter, to put compassion at the center of their public service? And it really may be obvious, but let me kind of also just remind you all that nothing we see in the system that we're actually born into and we actually see growing up is natural in any sense. Like, somebody really decided that things should be this way. Like, the problems we face didn't necessarily kind of just all come down from the heavens. They are man-made, and you can argue mainly by men in suits. So it kind of leads to kind of believe that, therefore, good human decisions can change everything for the better. And I guess the thing is, every single one of us has some form of a platform, some degree of influence, and speaking truth to power, acting accordingly to our capability, opportunity, literally wherever that may be. And I guess within this whole world, this whole fight for a better world, there really is space for every single one of us. And of course, one that is fueled by courage, cake, and compassion. But as I'm sure you all know, transformative change, sadly, is, it's not spontaneous. It requires people to come together and to think of ways to improve the lives of ordinary people through dignity, humanity, and universality. And I have no doubt that every single one of us is answering that call, basically. And I guess that really does mean one thing, and that kind of means that we have to do things differently. And I guess doing things differently can be scary, and I completely understand that. And there are, of course, people who will absolutely hate you for it. Trust me, but I promise you, there will be people who will love you for it, who will join you in it. And even more importantly, you will risk changing the world in small ways, large ways, middle ways in between. But the thing is, if you keep doing things how they've always been done, and if you stick to traditions, and one of the things that I say is tradition is just peer pressure from dead people. The thing is, you will literally risk never knowing what it is like to succeed or to fail in the pursuit of great endeavors. So let us all kind of make a promise, not to denigrate, but to inspire. Rather than bemoaning the present, let's paint a picture of what can be. And instead of inciting hatred and instilling fear, let's rise above the chorus of our age and dare to sing a different song. Thank you.
Thank you, Majid. Thank you very much. And we hope to see you in Berlin sometime soon. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Great. Well, I think one of the messages I took away from that is compassion and cake can solve any crisis. And I think that's a good message to have. We're just rearranging some furniture here for our next conversation because it's going to take us back to Ukraine as a topic. Speaking of compassion, one of the big questions here in Europe has been how and when to help Ukraine. You've probably seen these debates over military aid, humanitarian aid. And we heard from Alexander Rodnyansky, they continue to need that aid and help. Well, one of the countries that has been on the front lines, let's say, of that aid is Estonia here in Europe. We heard the mayor of Tallinn earlier talking about that solidarity with Ukraine, not just because of the threat, the very real threat that they feel that they face. But what about civilians when they decide to help? We saw that here in Berlin as well, how many people stood up and wanted to aid Ukrainian refugees who are arriving here in Berlin and in Germany. We have an example of that we want to show you now and introduce to you now with two speakers. I'd like to invite two people to the stage who have organized a unique delivery mission to Ukraine. They're going to deliver a short presentation and then tell us a little bit about it. So I would ask Rivo Anton and Ivar Simar to come to the stage. They're the founding partner at Specialist VC and the partner in Trin Ventures. Welcome.
Thank you, Sumi, for the introduction. Thank you, Q Berlin, for having us here. So when the war broke out on the 24th of February, I was shocked, as many of you, I suppose. But a shock was really, I think, something special for Estonians, because Estonia has been occupied by Soviet Union for quite a while. So we actually knew what's going to happen if Putin's plans go through. And you know, for a civilian or maybe somewhat even a pacifist person, it's not clear what you should do during the military conflict. So we sat down with a group of friends and started really a bit of like problem solving. What could we do or what should we do? And a couple of alternatives really like came about. For example, of course you can donate to an international huge like aid organization. But the problem there is that actually during the war, their help might be a bit like slow. And also, there's no transparency. You don't know if you donate, you know, how does it really reach the beneficiaries? And as those organizations are really big, the operations there also tend to be quite expensive. So another alternative could be you can join the army. Ukraine even has a foreign legion, but you know, we are entrepreneurs, business people, so no training, no experience actually being a soldier, so that was outruled as well. The easiest way to take actually is to do nothing. Basically, you can just hope that somebody else will take care of things, maybe governments will solve the issue, but you know, learning from the business, whoever chooses the comfort over progress, or maybe in this context chooses the comfort over freedom, actually doesn't deserve neither and will lose both. So we knew that something still needs to be done. And as a fourth alternative, of course, you could focus on humanitarian things, like maybe helping with the refugees, or maybe sending some food help or something like this. But when we looked into it, we saw that a lot of people actually are doing it already. And the problem there might be that you're dealing with the consequences. I mean, it doesn't really stop the war, the humanitarian side of things. So somewhat to our surprise, we came to a solution that actually we will need to support the Ukrainian army. So we set up a sort of like initiative with 5 guiding principles. First of all, we supply only stuff that is needed and asked by the army. So we don't send anything, you know, just in case. We believe that the soldiers actually know what do they need, and we should send exactly those things. Then we also try to send things only to validated beneficiaries, so that we understand who is actually getting the aid and how will they use it. We also try to be fast. During the first days of the war, actually, we were able to deliver some of the equipment in 5 to 7 days. We also provide constant information for the beneficiaries, how we are processing their requests, and we also provide reports for all the donors. And also importantly, we don't use any of the funds from donors for our overheads or management. And so far, we have been able to deliver around 1 million worth of stuff to the front lines. It's mainly cars, the 4-wheel drive cars, but also a lot of other equipment. And we have supported maybe around 40 units so far. And we actually believe that it has made, this tiny micro help has made a difference, because even President Zelensky has honored and acknowledged some of the units that we have supported.
I would just ask you to grab a microphone for Ivar, perhaps. Thank you for that presentation. I'm curious to ask, after seeing this, I mean, you talked about the difference between military aid and humanitarian aid with civilians. I mean, what made you decide to go with aid to troops?
Well, I mean, I don't think there's like a difference. Both of them are needed. However, we're trying to see like what is missing right now. And we saw a lot of people are already dealing with the humanitarian side of things. But as told, I mean, this is somewhat dealing with the consequences. So we were trying to figure out what could be the type of help that could really stop, what is going on right now.
Ivar, what's your take on that? I mean, did you have any moral dilemmas? Did you face any dilemmas in the type of aid that you're providing?
Actually, no. How this all happened that we have a very good friend and a colleague of Rivo in Ukraine, and he just asked help with a couple of cars, and next day we actually bought 7 cars and drive this to the border of Poland, and that's all. That kind of action needed, and personally me, I don't took time to decide that if this cars is the best way to help them or not. You just need to act, and this took a bit different measures, our like first action.
And why these cars specifically? These pictures we're seeing of vans and SUVs. I mean, what was told to you there? Why they specifically are needed?
Well, they are needed for basically increasing the mobility of the troops. They're used in different operations. This could be evacuation, but also like different battle situations. In many cases, actually, we do not exactly want to know what they're used for, but yeah, usually they are just units that help with the mobility.
What do you mean by that? You don't exactly want to know what they're used for?
I mean, we don't know exactly like which operations they go to and stuff like this, but we will learn actually afterwards because we keep contact with all of the units that we support.
The question I'm wondering, maybe some of you are as well, shouldn't this be the task of governments?
I think governments are also helping already, but the thing with the governments is that they tend to be slow. We have backgrounds in technology, and their things need to be fast. So we're trying to do it lean and fast.
How long do you think you can keep up this type of support and solidarity with Ukraine?
Hopefully until the end. Happy Victory Day. So of course in the 6 months, and this is hard work to get cars and to get donations. So this is kind of floating our energy. But what is good that we have group of 10, and some of us looking for money, others preparing the cars, because average car cost is 5,000, and we thought we adding like 2,000 per car to just be sure that this is kind of prepared to drive 100 kilometers per hour in a field. That's why this our team is actually not professionals in this kind of car business at all, but we have learned and engaged people who understand.
Engaged people. Well, Rivo, Ivar, thank you very much for sharing that interesting mission, United Delivery Mission, and for joining us here on stage. Thank you very much. Connected to that topic that we just discussed, we want to share a video with you now. It features artists in Ukraine who have been working on camouflaging cars and videos that have been entering the country. And this video was just shot last week, so take a look.
Hello, My name is Taras, and my artist name is Saint, one of the oldest graffiti artists in Ukraine. I started to paint around 1994-1995. As you know, now there is a war in Ukraine against Russia, and I had an opportunity to use my skills in some good way. First car I started to paint in 2014. We started to paint trucks again because our army and our soldiers need to be mobile on the front. It's completely different to painting graffiti on the walls. It's kind of set background in my mind because I know that these cars will go to the front line and they may never come back again. All the time we ask the advice of the soldiers what colors will be better for them and what shapes of camouflage will be good. Now autumn is coming, and I had idea that colors of camouflage should change. I'm kind of person who likes to make things good, especially things I have skills to do. So now when I paint cars, I feel kind of responsibility and honor to do this contribution to our army and be part of this, let's say, creative team, creative soldiers. One time I even had a question from one guy who was passing by when I was painting. Like he said, why you painting this car so precisely as if you're gonna sell this car on the market? And I told him that this car will go to the people who are in very hard conditions, and at least it's an honor from my side to them to provide them a nicely painted car. Maybe I'm a little bit naive, but I cannot just make whatever and please guys be happy with these cars. I want them really to be happy and enjoy, and I want all them come back alive. I'm always checking with volunteers who deliver these cars to the front line if soldiers who will drive these cars at least had some little smile on the face. Of course, everybody wants the war to stop as fast as possible, and we would prefer to paint more peaceful graffiti walls instead of painting cars. For us, this is a little bit tie-in psychologically, but I think it's not only for Ukrainians, but also for many people from the world. World economy is suffering in some way, but economy we can rebuild, and the people who died, they will never come back to life.
That really tells us something about the power of art, also the power of music, which is what we want to bring you now. We're going to play you a video. I'm not going to say much about it beforehand, but we'll explain why we're showing you this video in a moment. So enjoy this musical interlude.
Need finally understand that it don't really matter where you're from. It don't matter what you speak. I can learn so much from you, and together we can reach a peak. Yes, sir. We begin, let's fight to win, so we can be proud.
We wanted to bring that video to you because we have the artists with us here from Namibia. I saw them dancing already to their music video there in the back. The Namibian singer, entrepreneur, and author Top Sherry, a German-Namibian singer and rapper Is, and we also have Birgit Möhring with us, who is the vice president of the German Namibia Society. Please join me on stage. Welcome, and thank you for sharing that video with us. And you'll find a microphone there and another one there.
Thank you so much. We're so glad to be here.
Yes, yeah, I couldn't stand still. When I hear the song, I just have to move.
When you hear your own music, yeah, for sure. Tell us what this song means to both of you.
So I came up with the song idea, When We Unite, because I think that, or I know that music has the power of uniting people. So it doesn't matter what challenges we are going through, music has the power to unite us and give us that energy that we need. It doesn't matter which revolution, what type of mood you are in during the day or whatever, music has that power. And there was one artist, and it was Top Cherry, that I was following for a long time, because being a Namibian myself, she was really blowing up in the country. I said, it's time, the time is now. I gave her a phone call, and then we are here today.
Yeah, I was excited when he called me because it was really a beautiful movement to just unite, because we are two different artists with two different genres, and we made it work.
What does the song When We Unite mean to me? Why to you rather? Why those lyrics?
Well, for me, it was like really a song that united us, because is an artist, but his genre is different from mine. Mm-hmm. So back home, when you are something, you're just something. So we really did that to unite. And it means so much to me because it put me a step further with my music. Mm-hmm.
That's great. And Birgit, you're here with us on stage as well. You have a mic to choose from there, from the German Namibia Society. And I should explain that you are very much fighting for the conservation of animals, rhinos in Namibia. You're fighting for sustainability. Why does that project mean so much to you? Tell us more about that.
First of all, I'm very honored to sit between you in the middle. No, it's actually, I think Namibia has got the biggest black rhino population in Africa. And these two young artists, they are really very dedicated towards rhino conservation as well. That's how we met. And I think it's important to support rhino conservation because it's just one of the animals or things that will just vanish if we don't do anything.
What does sustainability mean to you as artists? If I can ask you first.
So as an artist, at some point you get to a point where you realize that you can really change a lot. And so right about 12 years ago, I launched my first drink on the market, as venturing from music into merchandise. And I said, I just have to support the Rhino Foundations and get more awareness out there that we have a situation in Namibia, in the southern Africa, where the rhinos are being poached for their horn. And that was the first step of me putting awareness on my drink and starting that. And so many years later, you connect with other people, you get more opportunities to give back. Because we as artists, when we're on stage, we get so much love, we get so much energy, we get so much. We have to give back. And this is our time now to give back.
Topshiri, what brought you to this cause?
Well, myself as a icon back home, so when I work with organizations, like I work with the national community that works with the resources, you know. So when they approached me, it was just something because it was something that I already do. So it meant a lot to me because our country depends a lot on tourism. And if we do away with the rhinos, that won't be affected. So for me, it was really amazing when I went onto the project.
If we can zoom out a bit, because we hear in Q Berlin looking at the role that cities can play, global cohesion and solidarity, what do you think the cities that you are present in, let's talk about Windhoek, for example, can learn from a city like Berlin and vice versa?
Dr. you have to give some feedback there because it's her second day in Berlin. I've been here a couple of times.
Welcome.
I remember she, like 2 days ago, I met her the first time and she just looked at me with big eyes and said, everything is so fast and so quick here. The people, they walk very fast. So in town, we were walking around the last 2 days and I was always in front. She was like, no, this is too much walking and too fast. So yeah, cities like Berlin are obviously on an international first world level. What we as Namibians and the big cities in Namibia can learn is just to step up our game when it comes to corruption. Because I think that in Namibia really puts us back. We want to use cities like Berlin as an example, as a role model to see how we can work better together.
Yeah, I think we can really learn a lot because in Windhoek, like, things are really still slow. And this is amazing to see that youths are involved in things like this, you know. Back home, the youth, we are really the youth. We are just chilled. We are all about vibes, you know. So this is amazing seeing that the youth are really involved in big things that has to do with the economy and the country at large. We can really learn a lot. Mm-hmm.
But I also think that Berlin can actually learn from Windhoek and Namibia because, as you might know, Windhoek is partner city of Berlin. So we've got a partnership. That's the only African country, actually, or city. And I think that we can really learn from Namibia and from Windhoek because, you know, we've got wind and solar energy in Namibia. We've got green technologies like hydrogen, for example, and green hydrogen. And also the way I think the Namibian government is protecting rhinos. As you can see, I mean, we've got poaching there, but the numbers are not as high as in other countries. And they've got a very good intelligence service. They've got good police forces and also educationals. And I think that is something we can actually learn from Windhoek.
And Birgit, how much of a sensibility do you think there is in Namibia for the sense of sustainability and climate and environmental protection?
A lot. Yeah. I think Namibia was one of the first countries putting nature conservation in their constitution. And I mean, they've got a rhino conservation program in Namibia, and as I said, you know, the black rhino population is the biggest in Namibia. So they are really doing a lot, but they are depending on support from other countries as well, financially. And that is something we can do. So I think that is something the German-Namibian society is trying to support, this exchange between these two cities and countries, you know, due to cultural aspects as well as nature conservation, social projects, etc.
I'll ask one last question to each of you, just go across the sofa here. As this conference has been about democracy, about protecting democracy, about cities networking, joining together to move forward and to progress, what is your message to this conference and what do you take away from it?
We need to unite. Nobody alone can challenge and fix all the problems that we have in the world. Let us unite, let us come together, use our energy, our good vibes to make this world a better place, because we have such a beautiful world and we need to take care of it. So if everybody does their part, this world can be paradise.
Very good.
There's just one thing I would like to add. If anybody here wants to party tonight, just come to Gretchen, Dragoner Areal, because these two will perform there.
That is a good tip.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping that we can have a direct interaction, a direct force and working between youths amongst different countries, you know. So I would like to really interact and get to know a lot of youths here and see how we are able to interact and work vice versa.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you here on stage. Thank you. As you heard from Birgit, they are playing tonight at Gretchen. I'm going to move a little bit forward here because we have a treat for you now. I hope you can still see and hear me okay. We are going to bring you another musical interlude of a very different sort. Have you ever heard the Deutsche Symphonieorchester, the DSO? If you have, yes? A few of you here, yes. They are one of the premier orchestras here in Berlin, and we wanted to bring you some of their music now. They're going to play the Divertimento in D major from Mozart for you. So I'd like to welcome the musicians onto the stage.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And by the way, the members of the DSO Orchestra, they're actually rehearsing in this building, and they decided to take time to come over and play for you. So I think that deserves another round of applause. It's very special. Thank you. Okay. That was quite a treat. Thank you very much. We are going to take another brief break before getting to our final topic of the day, which is disinformation and protecting democracy. We're going to have Marietta Slomka here on the stage leading you through the next block. And this is a short break, but we do have coffee and some snacks for you. We would like to start again at 4:45. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit. are still grabbing coffee, I would ask you to please come back to your seats as quickly as you can. Bring your coffees with you, of course. We'd like to get started on the third major topic of the day, the one I mentioned just before the break, how to defend democracies in a world of fake news and propaganda. It is one of the most pressing questions of our time. We've heard it mentioned through various presentations today. I'm going to hand the stage over for this topic to somebody you might know, certainly if you're in Germany. She is one of Germany's top journalists. She's been the anchor of the news show Heute Journal since 2001. She's known for her incredibly sharp interviews and insights. Please welcome to the stage Marietta Slomka.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. Well, I like to start my points by remembering a date, the 7th of October 2006. That was the day when Anna was killed, Anna Politkovskaya. She died while Vladimir Putin was celebrating his birthday on that very day. I have to admit, at that time, I didn't know that much about her, what a great, courageous, investigative journalist she was. But I remember the moment I learned about her murder. It was an eye-opener. And that is the main point I want to make in these couple of minutes. The freedom of the press is not only a fundamental right in true democracies, it stands also for the freedom of the whole of society. Journalists are like seismographs. When there is a change, they are the early ones to feel it. Someone wants to build up an authoritarian regime, he will start with the media, before turning to all the others like judges, officers, members of parliament, artists, teachers, so on. Back to Anna Politkovskaya. When I learned about her murder, that was the moment I became aware of the darkness of the Russian state. Though she wasn't the first Russian journalist that had been killed, there were murders even before Vladimir Putin took power. However, the fate of Anna was the one that opened my eyes, but not wide enough. What I did not realize at that time was that the very darkness of the Russian state would ever have anything to do with me and Ms. Y work here in Germany. I perceived myself as a German journalist, happy and lucky to work in a free and safe democracy and covering struggles like in Russia from a distance. That was a mistake, a naivety, and yes, even worse, an ignorance. I had to learn that in 2014. Russia had annexed Crimea and was fighting in the east of Ukraine. We covered those events like we covered many other conflicts before. We were clear about who was the aggressor. But, looking back, I would say we were rather prudent, and we even swallowed the Russian framing of a separatist movement. Covering international conflicts in other parts of the world is our daily business in our news show. And usually the German public, to be honest, does not get extremely emotional about it. It is rather difficult to draw attention to such conflicts as long as they do not affect immediately German interests. The war in Georgia in 2008, for example, well, difficult to explain to a German audience. We did cover it, of course, we considered it being important, but there was no evidence that our audience was freaking out about it. Definitely nothing a regular German family would talk about at the dinner table. But in 2014, something was different. All of a sudden, there was that huge amount of negative comments online. At some point, we had even the impression that quite a large part of the German society was outraged about the way we covered these events, with accusations of being biased or even intentional lying about facts. One day, I received an email from some person I knew, but had not been in contact for ages, and all of a sudden, that person would write me a text message and ask me if we are free in our reporting or if we are part of an anti-Russian propaganda system. I remember how baffled I was when receiving that text message. At that time, in 2014, I had worked in that anchorwoman job for almost 13 years, so you gain some experience. Never before I felt so much pressure. What was going on? I remember a conference, an editorial meeting, where we would talk about that and questioning ourselves. Are we doing mistakes? What's going on? And all of a sudden, one of my colleagues, a very bright one that I appreciate very much, would say, you know what? I think that is organized. It's orchestrated. And I would look at him and say, oh, come on, that sounds a bit like a conspiracy theory. Well, soon after, first reports were published about the so-called troll factory of St. Petersburg. And then, very slowly, we started to understand what was going on. That Russian language students who knew some German would be paid to write negative comments on German websites. We had to learn that such techniques of manipulation are part of a hybrid warfare, some word I didn't even know at that time. We became a bit less naive, but still, none of us would have anticipated the January 6th Capitol storm in Washington 2021. None of us would have anticipated such a dystopia becoming real. One of the oldest and, as we thought, strongest democracies being so outrageously endangered. I couldn't believe my eyes while we were covering it live. And yes, that was a moment when I, as a political journalist, became frightened. If it can happen there, it can happen anywhere. Or if they can make it there, they can make it everywhere. Who's they? Well, one of the leading figures in that development was former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. You might have seen that guy lately in handcuffs. What was a nice picture to see, but no reason to feel reassured. He was the one who said, "Flood the zone with shit." And this is what we witness each and every day. The zone, the internet, is flooded with shit. For us working in a newsroom, the biggest problem is just not about detecting shit and debunking it. We developed some skills in that regard. We know about forensic research and verification techniques. We mistrust, of course, sources we do not know. Mistakes happen, of course, but overall we came a long way from the naivety of the pre-2014 years. We learned, but the main problem, the core of the problem, is not about debunking single fake news or propaganda. The main problem is their possible impact on society, and this is what worries me most. And here I'd like to cite famous philosopher Hannah Arendt, who was such a fine analyst of totalitarian systems. She said, in an ever-changing, incomprehensible world, the masses had reached a point where they would, at the same time, believe everything and nothing. A people that no longer can believe anything cannot make up his mind. It is deprived not only of the capacity to act, but also of its capacity to think and to judge. And with such a people, you can then do what you please. To spread that kind of doubt in society is like instilling poison. Well, yes, fake news are part of that trouble. Lately, we had links to news sites faking to be reliable sources, like the German public broadcaster news show Tagesschau, or a serious news magazine like The Spiegel. So there are lookalike websites ready to fool the audience, with headlines, for example, pretending that there had been a school blown up because of energy savings. Yes, there was an explosion taking place at a German school, but it has nothing to do with energy-saving politics in the aftermath of the Russian war. But the main problem is not about debunking all that kind of fake news. The main problem is debunking the allegations that you yourselves, that we are fake news. This is what Donald Trump would scream in the faces of independent journalists. You are fake news. And you are the enemy of the people. A fascist framing, the first time I heard him saying it would raise the hair on the back of my neck. So summing up, what are the three main challenges we are faced with? What are the main threats to the freedom of press and freedom of society as a whole? First, we have, as I noted, the zone flooded with fakes and propaganda. There are commercial interests, of course, clickbaiting, advertisement, etc. But there's also a political intention behind it. The way Hannah Arendt described it, make people nervous, unsettle them, defame reliable sources, call them mainstream media, thereby framing that the media would be a monolithic block, call them fake news to undermine their credibility. Second, we have old school repressions like censorship in Russia or China, critical voices being silenced, dragged before court, put in prison, tortured, or even killed. This does not only happen in dictatorships, though. It horrified me to learn that murders also happen in member states of the European Union. A female investigative journalist blown up in her car on the island of Malta. A young journalist and his fiancée executed at home in Slovakia. Both of them were investigative journalists covering corruption topics related to the government. But there have been also murders not related to state interference. Lately, an investigative journalist was killed in Rotterdam, probably by the mob because he was investigating mafia business. And here in Germany, we have a new phenomenon that we are intimidated and menaced by groups of society, like some of my colleagues, when covering protests of so-called worried citizens, need security protection. That is new, and this is something I think citizens should worry about. But there is one third point I want to make before finishing. When I'm talking about press freedom, some years ago I met a colleague in Bolivia, in La Paz, and he's the chief editor, he was the chief editor of a newspaper. And he said to me, you know, in the beginning, the government would yell at us and defame us, drag us in court and so on. Nowadays, they have become much smarter and more subtle. Now they are simply buying us. And this is a big, big topic. We will talk about it later. And it happens not only in Bolivia, of course, but all over the planet. Who is financing media and why? Follow the money. So let me make last point here. Commercial structure is by no means a warranty for being free of state interference or being remote from political influence or interests or ideology. In some cases, we even witnessed here in Europe how the owner of the biggest media companies became a prime minister. So journalism is not a protected title. Anyone can tell himself or herself a journalist. And yes, there is bad journalism, and there are journalists who are rather activists or business people. And sometimes, we have stupidity, we have bad reporting, defamation, even that what we call bullshit journalism. But as long as you find independent, serious media in your country, look at them. Do they feel free and secure, or is there an unease? You do not necessarily have to admire journalists. Yes, question us, criticize us, but at the very end of the day, journalists are the best early warners, the best early warning system you have when you are interested in the state of your society and its political system. Thank you. So before we start, we open our stage for a very special guest that I'm very much honored to welcome. Just let me put on a link between journalism and our next country. When Alexander Lukashenko crushed the protests in the streets of Minsk and other cities in Belarus, Russia would not only help with money and police, Russia also sent in Kremlin-linked journalists to change the way the protests were covered in Belarusian state media. And Lukashenko later even grounded a passenger plane to arrest a journalist. So journalism matters to these guys. I now have the great honor to welcome Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, the leader of democratic Belarus. Independent observers agree that she won the presidential election in August 2020 against dictator Lukashenko. Her story began when she entered the race after her husband, civil rights activist Sergei Tikhanovsky, was not allowed as a candidate and then arrested for voicing his presidential aspirations. The world watched with astonishment and admiration the uprising of the Belarusian opposition, the eruption of mass protests led by 3 strong, brave, charismatic women. And Svetlana Tikhanovskaya became a symbol of the peaceful struggle for democracy all over the world. So Svetlana, thank you very much for coming, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Marietta, for your kind introductions. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me start with the words of gratitude to Mayor Franziska Giffey. The city of Berlin became a safe haven for dozens of Belarusian activists, artists, by primarily media, journalists, and bloggers who fled repressions and continued their work from here. Like in the time of the Iron Curtain and the Berlin Wall, the information breaks through prohibitions and restrictions. Dictators cannot understand that the truth cannot be beaten with batons. It cannot be imprisoned. The truth, like water, will find a way out. The year 2020 was eye-opening for Belarusians, including myself. As it was already mentioned, I was just a mom and housewife, and I ran for president primarily because I wanted to support my husband, Sergei. He was illegally locked up because he was a popular blogger who dared to challenge the dictator. And thanks to technology, we got evidence that elections were stolen. Lukashenko shamefully lost. People have chosen freedom over tyranny. Thanks to journalists, we discovered the horrible truth about secret services, prisons, surveillance, and ongoing repressions that didn't stop for a single day. Thanks to social media, we realized that we are the majority. Indeed, it was a national awakening after 26 years of coma. Hundreds of thousands marched in 40 cities demanding free elections. Belarusians showed enormous effort and dedication in our peaceful, non-violent struggle against tyranny. Belarusians paid a big price for their bravery. Lukashenko unleashed terror against its own citizens. He used every tool from the dictator's playbook: arbitrary arrests, torture, kidnapping, interrogations, false confessions, death threats. He threatened European security with a flight hijack and orchestrated the migrant crisis. In the end, dictator Lukashenko supported the bloody Russian war against Ukraine. Since then, our resistance didn't stop for a single day, but it went underground. You don't see mass demonstrations. What demonstrations can you expect in a gulag? But almost every day, we heard about a small protest, graffiti, or sabotage action. 2 years after, Lukashenko didn't manage to turn the page. He behaves as thousands of protesters are still standing near his palace. After all, Lukashenko didn't bear responsibility for what he did. The feeling of impunity is what drives him. Dictators cannot be appeased. Dictators cannot be re-educated. They see concessions as a weakness. And I think the undecisiveness of Western democracies led us to where we are right now, with Belarus and Russian war against Ukraine. I often hear that what happens in Belarus and Ukraine is the fight between the West and the East, but it's not true. It's the fight between democracy and tyranny, between truth and lies. But it's also a struggle between the past and the future. Our people chose freedom and democracy, but the evil past keeps dragging us back. For me, it's evident that the fight for freedom and the fight for truth is our common duty. I know that the most of you in this room are not politicians, but I would love to ask you to do 3 simple things. First one is write a letter to a political prisoner. There is a website called Politsec. You can pick one of 1,340 brave men and women. You can adopt him or her, write a tweet or post. You can support their family. Then I ask you to provide young Belarusians with jobs or internships in your company or organization. Provide art residencies and fellowships if you are a mayor, for example. Up to 300,000 Pride people fled repressions and stayed in Europe. They will learn from you and will bring this knowledge and experience to New Belarus. Also, you can donate to Belarusian journalists, activists, and cyber partisans who continue their fearless work on bringing changes. You can also support Belarusian military volunteers in Ukraine who liberate eastern regions of Ukraine alongside Ukrainians. And finally, I want to say thank you for keeping Belarus high on the agenda. Belarus shouldn't be overlooked because it matters for democracy and security of Ukraine, the region, and the entire Europe. And I want to remind you that dictatorships like the one in Belarus appear to be strong and stable, but only until they are not. So the situation in our country can develop very quickly, and we have to be prepared for all possible scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. At the very end, you were talking about the war in Ukraine, the Russian war. What impact do you see on your own movement, on the democratic movement of Belarus?
Of course, for Belarusian people, it was a shock when the war has started. I am sure we were not prepared for such development of the situation because we could never believe that the war in our region could happen again, especially against our brothers Ukrainians. But since the very beginning of the war, Belarusian people showed their anti-war position. And on the 27th of February, the hugest rally took place in Belarus, anti-war rally. Of course, people knew that they could be jailed because of this rally, but it was important for Belarusian people to show our attitude. And it's very important now to distinguish between regime and between Belarusian people. Belarusian people are against the war. Regime became the collaborant in this anti-Ukrainian war, giving our soil, giving our land to Russian army. But Belarusian people from the beginning started to help Ukrainians as much as we could in that situation, in the situation of huge repressions and tortures in our country. Our brave partisans disrupted railways to stop Russian technique and equipment going through our country to Kiev direction. And for sure, it slowed down invasion of Ukraine from Belarusian border. Also, ordinary people sent information to Telegram channel, again using new technologies, giving information about movement of Russian troops, about missiles launched, about aircrafts in the sky. They gave this information to the Ukrainian army, and it was very, very useful for Ukrainians. Also, Belarusian people who once fled Belarus because of repressions, knowing what it means, to grab your child, to grab one back and escape from terror, they started to help Ukrainian refugees. 86% of Belarusian people are against participation of Belarus in this war. Our army refused to participate. Our soldiers don't want to go against Ukrainians. They don't have such feelings, bad feelings against Ukrainians. We don't want to break our good relationship with the Ukrainian people. So now we continue to support Ukrainians as much as we can on political level inside the country. Also, Belarusian regiments has been formed in Ukraine. Up to 1,000 military volunteers are fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainian army. Of course, this war influences a lot on ordinary people. People are afraid of any war, but we have very a clear position about this war, and Lukashenko didn't manage to persuade people that there is special operation, that there is Nazism in Ukraine, and so on. People know how to get alternative information. They want to know the truth about it.
Do you think people have access to information beyond propaganda, both in Belarus and in Russia?
For sure, state propaganda is like I would say efficient instrument inside Belarus, and state propaganda absolutely reiterate Russian narrative about this war. They want to persuade people that it's normal to fight against Ukrainians. But for 2 years of our resistance, people know how to get truth, how to get alternative information. They use different Telegram channels, Ukrainian, Belarusians. They're watching our bloggers on YouTube, TikTok, I don't know, Instagram, to get this information. Even for those maybe old generation or people who live in villages and don't have access to internet, our volunteers inside Belarus spread self-made newspapers. So it's very important to fight with state propaganda, and we use all possible means to show people the truth.
Now, if we look at your situation, for over 2 years now, you live in exile. Your husband is in jail, in prison. You can't talk to him. The other two great women, Maria and Victoria, one is in prison, one is in exile as well. How can you influence the things going on in Belarus? Is there still hope for you?
Of course, there is hope. It's not even hope. It's I'm sure that we will win this fight. That Belarusian people changed already, and Lukashenko will not be able, to return the things to as they were in 2020. So I'm communicating with people on the ground using, again, Zoom conferences or whatever. It's very easy to do this now. I'm communicating to people who had to flee the country. And I see that people are not giving up, but people need energy. People need to feel that they are not abandoned, that they are supported. And every small victory, every small sign of solidarity from our international partners or international society gives this energy to Belarusian people. So they feel that they are not left with this political and humanitarian crisis in our country. So people really see this support, see this solidarity, but I suppose that much more can be done. We need more political pressure and economic pressure on the regime on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's very important to support people, support media, support human rights defending centers who are doing a huge job, support our students and people of culture. So only this combination, pressure and support, will help us, to continue our fight. People in Belarus will not give up, but it can be done with much less losses from the side of fair, free Belarusian people.
I mean, you entered politics all of a sudden. That was not what you wanted to do. And now all of a sudden you are on world stage, but you are alone with your kids in Vilnius. Your husband is in jail. How do you cope with it? How do you find the energy you were talking about to carry on?
Look, first of all, I will not open you the secret that women are much stronger than they could seem. But look, I know that I'm surrounded with wonderful Belarusians. I'm surrounded with people all over the world who really want to help us Belarusians. And I understand that I'm not alone. There are millions of Belarusians around me. But look, it's not only about me, of course. I know that people will never forgive all the crimes that have been committed in Belarus since 2020. People feel their responsibility for our political prisoners who sacrificed with their freedom, some with their lives, to give us opportunity to continue. And every day you think about your husband or Masha Kolesnikova or Stepan Latypov about how they feel in jails. And even if you are tired, even if you're exhausted, you just can't stop. And the same as for other Belarusians, every small victory gives me energy, gives energy to democratic forces, to ordinary people. But this this can be gained only when we are together, and we are keeping together, we are keeping united, despite of the processes that are going on in the regime. People are sure that we will gain this victory.
Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, thank you very much for taking your time, for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much, and keep strong. Thank you. Yeah, what a great woman. Well, the democratic movement of Belarus still has hope, but for sure it's a pure dictatorship right now. We will now look at a country that calls itself a democracy, an illiberate democracy, though, as its strongman Viktor Orban has named it. The European Parliament, however, is said to no longer consider that member state a full democracy. And the least we can say is it's a democracy in danger, where journalists have been in danger for a long time. And I'm very delighted to announce one of my finest colleagues in Europe, Hungarian journalist Szabolcs Póni. He belongs to this ever smaller group of Hungarian journalists who are working independently, and he is very well known and admired among investigative journalists all over Europe. Szabolcs Póni is an investigative reporter for the independent platform Direct 36, where he covers national security and defense. He was uncovering the Kremlin's corrupting influence in Hungary and has been investigating topics such as far-right paramilitary groups exercising with Russian GRU officers, or shady diplomats selling thousands of Schengen visas to Russian criminals. Obviously, he moves in dangerous areas. He took part in the international investigation of the Pegasus project and had to find out that he himself was targeted by the Pegasus spyware. This malware provides the attacker full access to the targeted smartphone, and for Szabolcs, a nightmare come true. Please join us here on stage, and we welcome you very warmly. To the stage. Be careful with this little.
Thank you. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you for this introduction. I wouldn't say I'm well known or famous, but it seems that my government is really working on it. It's working on it harder than I do. Many have praised this building, this 70s architecture, saying that it looks like Star Wars or like the Enterprise spaceship. And certainly there was a charm in the 70s in West Berlin. It's like a time travel being here. The story I'm about to tell you is about a different type of time travel. It's more like a time travel to East Berlin for me. And it all started actually last April, when two very famous German journalists, Bastian Obermeier and Frederick Obermeier, were reaching out to my boss, telling him that they want my phone number. You know, these are very famous guys, used to work for Süddeutsche, now work for Spiegel. They were uncovering the Panama Papers scandal, the Ibiza-gate in Austria, so very well-known guys. I was really proud that these people want to talk to me, but they never called. They just wanted my phone number, and I was wondering why. Of course, it soon turned out that they were interested because they obtained, together with a group of journalists, a large number of phone numbers that was leaked to them. And this set of phone numbers was not just your usual contact list of journalists from all over Europe, but it was a registry of phone numbers that were entered into a system called Pegasus, a spyware. These phone numbers were entered into the system with the aim to infect the smartphones belonging to these phone numbers. So they were telling me basically that my phone was hacked, and for a 7-month period, every other week, people were downloading the data from my phone. As it was said in the introduction, it doesn't mean only that it was my photos or my videos or my emails that could have been accessed, but also Pegasus, this spyware manufactured by NSO Group, an Israeli company. This spyware can also remotely turn on the camera, the front camera, the back camera, and the microphone of your mobile phone without your knowledge. So I had this habit that whenever I went to the shower, I took my mobile phone with me, just listening to some music. For obvious reasons, I don't do that anymore, and I don't recommend you to do that. Because the worst part with spywares is that they are so advanced these days that you don't even have to be careless clicking on some link that you receive in an SMS or an email scamming you. You don't have to be interacting with this stuff. They can just infect your phone at any time without your knowledge, without your approval, without clicking on anything. So this can essentially happen to anyone. What I was told basically is that in a 7-month period, someone was accessing my phone, were looking into basically anything. And what's worse is that, and this is the worst part for journalists, is that I was using WhatsApp, I was using Signal, I was using Telegram, and I bet most of you do. Please raise your hands. Who's using such applications? Like, who's using Signal? Okay, Signal's cool. WhatsApp? Okay, Telegram? Okay, so these applications are called end-to-end encrypted messaging applications, which means that if the signal is intercepted by, for example, intelligence agencies, they cannot decrypt it, they cannot read the content of your messages. But what happens when the endpoint is infected with a spyware? Well, then basically they can decrypt everything because they see everything that's on your screen. So this is how Pegasus worked on my phone. As a journalist, it's not really my personality, it's not really my personal life that was interesting to those people who were surveilling me, of course, but it was my sources. To most investigative journalists, and I believe those people can call themselves investigative journalists only, who believe that source protection is the most important. So source protection was infringed. In my case, this meant that those people, and now I can say it was the Hungarian government, of course, it was Viktor Orbán's government, they acknowledged it later. So the government was after my sources. They wanted to find out who am I talking to, who's giving me tips about corruption, who's giving me hints about certain Russian institutions, very welcomed in Budapest, etc., etc. But this is not just the story of one journalist, because later Bastian and Frederick asked me to join the Pegasus project, this huge investigation spanning from South America to, well, actually South Africa, because it turned out that the president of South Africa was also surveilled, just like Emmanuel Macron in France, Charles Michel. And it turned out that there were 200 journalists worldwide spied on with the Pegasus spyware by different states, different governments that procured this technology from Israel. I was not the only one, but I was one of the lucky ones because I at least got to participate in this investigation, and I had the chance to actually go after those guys that were surveilling me. The problem here is that Hungary is, well, still a democracy. Democracies also have their intelligence services. There has to be a very fine and definite, very detailed law in each country what are intelligence services entitled to do and what is where privacy, where human rights just trumps national security interest. In the case of Hungary, and then in the case of other countries that were involved as abusers of the spyware, such as Poland or Spain, it seems, these considerations were not really considered, and even journalists, even opposition politicians, or in the case of Spain, the heads of Catalonia were considered as threats to national security and as such legitimate targets of spyware surveillance. So this is the story of Pegasus, which is still not over. We're still hearing news about new and new countries where abuses are uncovered. And this is just really the tip of the iceberg. This is just one technology. This is just one spyware that's being used to surveil journalists and other dissenting people. And there are many others out there. The problem here is that Pegasus is a relatively expensive tool, which means that to surveil me for myself, in my case, it would have costed like $50,000, which is actually much more than what I make a year as a journalist. So that was quite shocking to me. But the problem here is that as technology evolves, the price for spywares, the price for targeting a single individual will decrease, which means that more and more countries will be able to afford to use such technology. And this is why it's really dangerous when you see that even inside the European Union, relatively rich countries like Spain, Hungary, or Poland are using this tool. So thank you very much for listening to my story. And well, let's go back to West Berlin, not to East Berlin in the future. Thank you.
Be careful with that little step. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can join here. Join me here at the. Just to talk just a second again about Pegasus. There have been even journalists being killed because they were found there, like this female activist from Saudi Arabia.
Well, there's been horrible cases tied to Pegasus surveillances, and I have to say. Yeah, I really don't want to complain because I'm among the lucky ones. As I said, in my case, the government was only after my sources. They wanted to identify who are the people who are giving me information. But, for example, in Mexico, an investigative journalist was killed after he was surveilled with Pegasus. In Morocco, a journalist was sentenced to jail for 6 years after his surveillance. And this is the real danger here, that we're relatively safe in Europe. Although Hungary, as you said, is no longer considered by the European Parliament as a democracy, but as an electoral autocracy. But still, there's a red line that these EU countries are not crossing, but that, of course, doesn't apply to Mexico or other places.
Yeah. In the beginning, I said that in Hungary, Viktor Orban was really teasing the media and taking care that there are not that many independent journalists left. Could you describe us what means he used and what instruments to do so within these legal framework, of course, that we have within the European Union?
Well, I mean, there's a whole playbook that is now being copied by Poland and other countries. One is when state-owned banks, they give loans to so-called government-friendly businessmen who are actually just proxies of the government, who then use this money to buy up the remainder of free media. When they bought, for example, a news site, then they turn it into propaganda machinery, fire the journalist, or just let the journalists themselves leave. That's one thing. The other is that the government is exclusively advertising, and not just the government, but also state-owned companies like the lottery company or the national energy company or the oil company. They are only advertising in right-wing, pro-government newspapers. And of course, when there's an economic crisis, they will have an unfair advantage over the so-called independent media. And of course, then there are targeted attacks against individual journalists, like surveillance, or sometimes they ran like 3 minutes long pieces in the evening news, singling out some journalist and accusing him or her of, I don't know, being an agent of George Soros, the CIA, you name it.
Yeah. When talking about that advertisement, we had this in Austria lately. It's advertisements from the conservative, at that time, governmental party, buying advertisement in the newspaper and therefore in exchange receiving good stories. So that is something that is obviously in Hungary done even more intensely. Or
Yes, and the former head of the Freedom Party in Austria, Mr. Strache, famously said in this Ibiza tape that he would like to have the same kind of power as Viktor Orban when it comes to media, to have the same kind of controlled media where actually journalists are just propagandists. So yes, this is why I'm saying that Hungary is it's a small country. It's a country of 10 million people, but it's a role model to power-hungry people all around Europe.
Of course, Viktor Orban is perceived as a strong man who can do it. And how do you explain his obsession with Putin?
Well, that's a good question, and this is the question that got me into trouble, because since, I don't know, 2015, the main beat that I was covering was Russian influence in Hungary. And when I came under surveillance, it was exactly because of my work on ties between the Orban government and Russia. I would say, and as an investigative journalist, I can only report on facts, not conspiracy theories or theories. What I can say is that it's not the Hungarian national economy, it's not Hungary's national interest that benefits from this relationship with Russia, but certain private interests through gas deals, through nuclear deals, or through other types of business deals.
So we're talking about corruption and benefiting and filling your coffers.
Yes, exactly.
What would you expect from the other institutions and countries in the European Union? How could they support democratic movement in Hungary and free journalism in Hungary?
Well, I think that the European Union just should, stick to its own values and uphold its own values when it comes to Hungary. They don't have any obligation to support any kind of political parties or even journalists. They should just stand up for what the European Union was founded for. The problem is that it doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, this continuous decline in media freedom has been going on since 2010. Now it's 2022. And right now we're seeing that maybe the European Commission is about to take action against Hungary. More than 11 years have passed, so it's too late.
Yeah, and in April, Orban had a landslide win again. So obviously, there is still in population, there's a strong support for him.
Well, this is how an effective centralized propaganda machinery works. The right-wing media in Hungary can reach more than half of the country's population, and these people exclusively get their information from those newspapers, those radios, those TVs that are disseminating central messages of the government. And this also means that at least half of the population will never read my stories, because there's just a firewall between rural Hungary and urban Hungary.
Csaba, thank you very much for joining us. It was great to have you here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And we wish you well. So obviously democracies have to prepare themselves to fight in information wars and cyber wars, and that has become a crucial part of national defense. And of course, at that part, Secret Service is playing a role as well. We will now have a surprise guest. This is also why the streaming will be interrupted, because that was not announced before. And we will welcome a man who served for 35 years in the intelligence and security forces in Israel. He spoke at the first Q Berlin 5 years ago, which was his first public appearance ever. And today, Israel agreed to return to Q Berlin, yet another rare public appearance, to speak about how to protect democratic values in these stormy times. So it's my pleasure to announce Israel on stage. Thank you, Israel. Thank you very much. And also thank you for the keywords choose and the keywords artist, because both of that we will have in the next 10, 15 minutes to come. And I'm very happy that one of the leading journalists of Ukraine is joining us here, Sevgil Musayeva. She is chief editor of Ukrainsky Pravda, Pravda meaning the truth. And that is one of the most influential news websites in Ukraine. It reached up to 4 million people with its journalism each day, making it a really essential source of information also on the war, for both those in Ukraine and those following the news from abroad. And Sevgil Musayeva has become famous for her investigations into oligarchic systems and corruption, and was repeatedly rewarded as Ukraine's best economic journalist. And no wonder, she was that year appointed one of 100 most influential people in 2022 by Time magazine. So we will talk about journalism and war and the state of media in Ukraine. And Sevgil, please join us here on the stage. Thank you. Be extremely careful with that one.
It was the last day of spring 2019. Several thousand Harvard students had gathered to listen German Chancellor Angela Merkel's commencement speech. Among them was me, graduate from a Nieman program for journalists. Merkel's speech was about dreams and possibilities, but there was something else that was very familiar to me firsthand. She told how after graduation she had to work at the Academy of the Science in Eastern Berlin, and that her apartment was located near the Berlin Wall. And every night on her way home, she will literally bump into it. The wall took away a lot of opportunities. It literally stood in her way, but it could not affect her thoughts, desires, and principles. Don't forget, freedom can never be taken for granted, Angela Merkel said. Then, listening to the speech among several thousand young people, I cried. Because I knew the wall that divided. I cried because there was a hope. The wall was no longer exist. Berlin was free and united. I was also born in the country that no longer exists and that lived behind the Iron Curtain. The Soviet Union was a superpower where 300 million people lived. It was the second in the world into industrial production and was very proud that the first human to journey into outer space was Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. And it was a little part of truth in which my parents lived. The second part was that the Soviet Union existed under conditions of strict censorship. There were no human rights and 300 million people lived behind the Iron Curtain, and the idea of life in Western countries drew from Soviet newspapers, and the main of which was called Pravda. Pravda means truth in English. And the truth was that Soviet Union created its own truth. From newspaper readers could learn about the achievements of the empire and how badly people lived in Western countries. Newspaper Pravda, like the rest of mouthpieces of Soviet Union, kept silent about the thousands of victims of the Stalin regime, one of the leaders during which the Soviet Union created its own system of labor camps. According to historians, during his reign of more than 30 years, 3.5 million people were arrested and 45,000 people were shot. And by the order of Stalin, a year before the end of the Second World War, in May 1944, all the representatives of my nation, the Crimean Tatars, were deported from their native land, Crimea, to Uzbekistan. They were accused of collaborating with the occupiers. Stalin expelled more than 200,000 people from Crimea, and most of whom were children and women. For more than 50 years, Crimean Tatars were forbidden to live in Crimea. They were also not mentioned in Soviet books and Soviet newspapers. We just disappeared for them. They were able to return to the homeland only in the early 90s, during the collapse of the Soviet Union. I was 2.5 years old and my sister just 6 months old when our family moved to Uzbekistan. Of big challenges. When the old rules and foundations of life collapsed and new ones were created from scratch. We lived in independent Ukraine, yes, but we were taught the alphabet from the Soviet textbooks. We celebrated an Independence Day, but at the same time, city residents went on the demonstrations on the anniversary of the Great Socialist Revolution. Significant changes brought the post-Soviet Republic big problems. Economic collapse, unemployment, and inflation are all related elements of this era. For some people, all these events caused nostalgia for the stability in which they lived before, and some took an advantage of the transition period. After several years in the country, a new privileged class appeared, later called an oligarchy. In the mid-90s, to preserve its influence on the country, big entrepreneurs began to privatize not only factories, but also politicians and media. A few years later, the Ukrainian media market was under the control of authorities and friendly businessmen. There was no talk about freedom of speech. The president's activities were covered in the media only in a positive way. When I was 13 years old, a murder took place and it has changed the course of Ukrainian recent history and to become a key political case of the country. The party of independent journalist and one of the co-founders of Ukrainska Pravda, the first independent online media in Ukraine, was found in the forest in the suburbs of Kyiv. The Gangadze case led to anti-governmental protests. The murder of famous journalists left a huge footprint and impact on the development and credibility for journalists in my country. And then Ukrainska Pravda became the main informational source in our country. Many years later, when I became chief editor of this newspaper, her co-founder, Olyona Pritula, would tell me a history of the name. All Soviet people knew the name of newspaper Pravda. And this word has an extremely negative connotation. We decided to give new meanings to old concepts. Rewind back to 2000. At that time, I was in high school, and this history greatly shook me with its injustice and cruelty. I did not understand how it's possible to kill the person only just because he was not too afraid to speak the truth and criticize the authorities. A year after that, I enrolled a journalism school for kids. In 2003, my city, forgotten by God, was in all Russian and Ukrainian newspapers because Ukraine and Russia were just one step away from conflict. The whole conflict broke out around an island 8 kilometers long, known among people as the Tuzla Split. The Russian authorities began the construction of a dam in the direction of a split to connect it with Russian coast. And the Ukrainian side protested because the split was a part of Ukrainian territory. After a meeting of the presidents of Ukraine and Russia, the construction of this dam was suspended. Even then, as a 15-year-old reporter, I noticed how different the presentation of information was between Ukrainian media and Russian. How much Russian news differs from reality, I will understand when I turn 27 years old. In February 2014, the Ukrainian president left the country after shooting death 100 protesters of the Revolution of Dignity. 3 weeks later, Russia occupied my native Crimea. In May 2014, war broke out in eastern part of the country. The war in Ukraine is called a hybrid conflict because Russia sent to our country not only its soldiers and uses not only modern equipment, they also use information weapons. Russian propaganda has become an integral element of this war. When Russia occupied Crimea, Russian media lied that Ukrainian fascists who had come to power in Kiev were preparing provocations in Peninsula. Russian television used the same rhetoric to fuel the conflict in eastern Ukraine, and unfortunately the strategy was extremely successful. But it turns out that all these terrible events were just preparation for the most important battle for the right of our country to exist, which began for us on the morning of February 24th, 2022. A full-scale war in Ukraine has been going on for 6 months now. Every day it takes the lives of people. Of course, it destroys our destinies, our cities, and it steals our future. Because you can sing about it. But it cannot take away the possibility of dreaming about great things. On the first day of the war, with panic and fear reigning all around, I asked myself only one question: what can I do? What will be my role here? And I realized that the answer to these questions had already been given by my profession. Journalism in times of war has a special meaning. I remember the first days of Putin invasion when people were afraid to go sleep without news. I know how panic can work and how easily people can be manipulated. I remember how I received a call from my friend in Mariupol, and he was afraid and he was crying and asking only one question: is it true that Kiev has already been surrendered? In the early days of war, I had one task and one concern: to do everything possible to ensure that people will receive news from us every second. There were 7 million people that read us those days. These 6 months of war have given me 3 important takeaways. Be with people, do not harm, and that the truth helps you win. Be with people. In the first days of the war, I wrote one simple message in the morning to my readers: how are you? What is happening with you in your cities? There were hundreds of responses, with people writing and calling in person. This not only supported them in their time of need, but also helped us to pay attention to critical points. Some of these people still write me every day, but from occupied territories. And from them, I know the truth about what's going on in occupied territories. Do not harm. In war, a mistake can cost a human life. Every day you encounter human tragedy and pain. Ethics are more important than ever. Often victims refuse to publish their stories, and yet you have to be prepared for that. Truth helps you win. For me, as a journalist, this is a war between truth and lies, and the war for the right to call a spade a spade. It's a war, it's not a conflict. It's occupation, not a special military operation. And thanks to journalists, the world saw the truth about Bucha, Borodyanka, Irpin. Thousands and hundreds of civilians shot dead by Russian army. Yes, Kremlin continues to blame West and Ukraine that Bucha is staged and claiming that all these photos are fakes. But we know the truth. Because in Bucha, Russian soldiers killed the father of my colleague, 70 years unarmed man. And in Irpin, my classmate from Harvard, brilliant documentarian Brent Noah, who was also a partner of my sister, was shot dead. Brent came to Ukraine (10,000 kilometers away because he saw injustice and wanted to protect the weak. Journalists are in a hurry to report the news, but there is news that hurts to report first. And you have to. The day Brent was gone, I had to tell my own sister first. As I flew to a dear friend's funeral, I found myself, for the first time in a month of war, unconnected and without the internet, on my own with my grief and my pain. I remembered our year at Harvard University, and I remembered the evening Merkel talked about the wall. And I decided to write her an open letter. I asked her one thing, not to let a new wall appear in Europe, which had one stood in her way, and feel the whole responsibility for what happened in the center of Europe with my country. This letter was published in German newspapers. Unfortunately, I did not hear back from her. But it won't certainly make me stop dreaming about big things. To dream of returning to my native Crimea, with which I'm now separated by a wall. Wall that once built Russia, between us, between relatives, and between Europe. Don't forget, freedom can never be taken for granted, Merkel said in 2019. And now I understand the real price of freedom, which my country pays every single day. I know that walls can exist forever. And being in Berlin, which 33 years ago was also divided by wall, and speaking from this stage, I know what I'm exactly talking about. And I know that you know it too. No doubt, Ukraine will win this war, because the truth always can cause a lie, and because the future always defeats the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, yeah, difficult to change mood now. But you described yourself that it's so difficult to be, well, a distant journalist. Usually you were, and all of a sudden now you yourself, you're part of the story. You yourself, you are attacked. You yourself lose friends. How do you cope to still have this journalist role? I would think it's very difficult, very hard for me to do so.
Oh, I never can imagine that can happen. And if someone will tell me that in 2019, when we had our commencement evening, this graduation evening, and I never can imagine that I will lose my friend, that my friend will come to Ukraine, and it will be war in Ukraine, and he will be killed in Irpin. And I went to Irpin only around 2 months ago, because it was too much for me. And then I went, and we crossed all the streets. He was, my partner, who also was a part of the story, described me everything. And it helped me just to live with my trauma now, yeah. But it's still very challenging. And actually, Brent Renaud was the first American journalist who was killed in this war.
Mm. And there are even journalists on the battlefields. They decided to leave the job as a journalist, but to fight on their own, to become soldiers.
Yes, and even in our newsroom, we have already 2 journalists. They left their job and they went to the front line. And you have this discussion about, are you a journalist and you're a citizen every single day? And it's for everyone, I think, in Ukraine. Because you're asking you every single day, is it enough? I'm doing enough for our victory, how I can protect? And I'm asking me literally every day, is it enough or not?
And Ukrainian Pravda would choose, it's always about truth in journalism, but we also know that truth is the first thing to die whenever war breaks out. So how do you handle it to get access to information and to know about truth? Is that still possible?
Yes, it's still possible, and I think it's a big difference between us and between Russia. And you know that in Russia you don't have independent media. All independent media were just ruined, and they just disappeared or maybe relocated to other, maybe some more safe places. But and the main question that we follow rules, we have our principles, and at the same time, you have Russia that fights with propaganda. They uses only propaganda. They use only propaganda tools. And you have, at the same time, you have to follow rules. You have to follow your principles. And I have one great example in my life. I have a good friend of mine, Alan Rasbacher, who is a former chief editor of The Guardian newspaper for the 20 years. And he told me a story around 5 years ago when we met. It was a big scandal in Britain that The Guardian published an investigation about Snowden. And it was very criticized by members of parliament, and they invited Alan Rasbacher to come to the parliament. And one of the members of this parliament asked him, "Do you love this country?" And actually, this question I receive sometimes, even during this war. Do you love enough your country? And he said, of course, I love my country, and my country is democracy. And because one of the parts of the democracy is freedom of speech, I will protect it. And I think it's a big difference between us, and we will protect, because we know, and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya told today what first happened with Belarusian media, what happened with Russian media for the last 20 years. And we were fighting as lions, I mean Ukrainian journalists, for freedom. Even Ukrainska Pravda lost not only Georgy Gangadze, and actually tomorrow will be his memory day. 22 years ago he was killed. In 2016 we lost another of our colleague, Pavel Sheremet. So we paid a huge price, and that helps us to follow our rules, even in such challenging time as a war, because war is difficult to cover. And when it's war in your country, with your parents, with your relatives, because we have a lot of our relatives in occupied territories. It is true, and you think about them every single time. I remember one of the most difficult choices in my life when we published the list of names of Russian soldiers, 150,000 list. And we received that from our sources in surveillance, and we decided to publish those lists. It was the beginning of war, when we were dreaming maybe this story can stop it, this story can stop it, this photo can stop it, but unfortunately. And I remember the first question from my partner, but our parents are still in Kiev region, and Russian soldiers are just a few kilometers from them. And you have to think about it. You have to think about your relatives, because if, for example, Russian soldiers will aware that your relatives in occupied territories, maybe they will do something with you because you cover sensitive topics for them. You cover actually war crimes they did in our territory.
Sevgil, thank you so much for sharing your experience with us, and keep strong and keep fighting for press freedom. So we will now listen to another Ukrainian voice from the cultural segment of society, and we are very proud and honored to welcome Sviatoslav Slava Vakarchuk here on stage. Well, not in person, but remote, because he's back from one of his big concerts in Europe back to Kiev now. I don't even know exactly where we get him and if the line is really standing. And I know that there are quite a lot of Ukrainians here in that room who are really looking forward to see him, because for those non-Ukrainians, Slava is really the voice of Ukraine, and he's the most prominent and important musician. Everybody knows him in Ukraine. He fills the biggest stadiums like the Rolling Stones do here. And I'm very happy to talk to him. He's founder also of Okean Elsiv. So if anyone of you didn't know that music, please listen to it because it's just wonderful music. And so let's see whether technically you managed to talk to him. Yes, here he is. Welcome, Slava.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a great pleasure for me to be here, and thanks for having me here. I just need to clarify, I'm still in Europe. I mean, in Western Europe, Ukraine is also Europe, but I'm still not in Ukraine, so I'm coming there soon, back from this part of European tour.
Yeah, you have been to Helsinki, I think, for a concert, right?
A couple of days ago, yeah.
So I just wonder, how is it? You are taking part in big concerts in countries that are not in war. People are relaxed, people drink coffee, people have no sirens all day long. And then you travel back to your home country. How is that feeling? I wondered.
It's getting better, and it used to be much worse first 3 months of war. I didn't leave the country, so I decided to be with the people. We went to see the soldiers, the troops on the front line. We actually still do it, but starting in June, little by little, we started going abroad for these charity concerts, Help for Ukraine, which Okean Elsiv does in many cities and countries of Europe. And then it will be not only Europe, places like America and Asia later are coming. And yes, first time when you cross the border, I remember me crossing the border with Poland and then having coffee in Lublin. And it was probably first relaxed coffee since the war started. So I understand what you're thinking about. But frankly, me and many of friends of mine who I talk to, we do our best to separate our own personal, anxiety and what we need to do. So everybody's anxious, because if your country is at war, you're anxious and you have fear. It's very difficult not to fear for the future of your children, for the impact that the war is making to your country, and even for what's going on in the next not only days but also hours, minutes. But very important is not to let fear control you, and to control instead yourself, your fear and your emotions. So I think me and many friends of mine, and I think most of Ukrainians are doing very well in this kind of controlling their fear, and it helps us to fight. It helps us to having some tactical successes in the war, and I hope we will bring strategic success soon as well. And certainly one day we will win the war, because the Ukrainian nation is predestined to do that, I'm sure.
But has your mood changed because of these late military successes? I wonder how you feel. In the beginning, everybody was shocked, I think. And now there are successes, and we see Zelensky on the frontier and in Izum. And I feel a bit better now. I don't know how you feel.
I've been going to the front line since March. So we made 140 performances on the front line for soldiers. So I've seen the front line not in February, on March, April, May, June, July, August, September. All of these days I've been there. So I'm used to the confidence of Ukrainian military and Ukrainian officers and soldiers. But those who only follow it in the news might be to some extent maybe really shocked, or in a good way pleased by all things that they've seen the last days. I think this is a result of a very hard work of a very good, precise tactical and strategic planning by Ukrainian military staff and chief of staff. And I think it's a heroic, I cannot find another word, heroic behavior of Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. They're doing tremendous job. And if not Ukrainian army now, and if not Ukrainian volunteers and those who fight now in the trenches, who are fighting against the enemy, against Russia, who violated our right for future, if not these people, certainly it could be much worse. But I can also add that if not a strong and decisive international help, probably it would be much worse as well. So answering finally your question, I think I was ready for this success, but certainly as for others people, I didn't know when and how it will happen. So it was to some extent unexpected, but to some extent it was, let's say, predicted by me, because I saw that our troops are ready for successes like that. But I need to warn you that it's not the end. And I'm quoting Churchill here, and it's probably not the beginning of the end. But maybe this is the end of the beginning. So I think this is exactly what we need to think about. Still very focused, still very, very long way to go. But probably this is the end of the beginning. And now the most important part, the liberating of the country, is going to happen.
We saw you giving concerts for soldiers on the front line, and you have been in Chernobyl, in the nuclear plant, to support people there, and we have seen you in hospitals with the wounded. And also you are traveling through Europe and give concerts, and you collect money for your charity project, because you're also a social and political activist. What are you using this money for right now? Which is the most important part of your work?
There are many sources that we donate this money to. Most important are the hospitals and the equipment for hospitals, because we have so many wounded and injured soldiers that hospitals now are under tremendous, pressure, and they need as much help as possible. Certainly, some of this money we spend for helping our troops, especially buying things like SUVs, vehicles, or some, military uniform. For example, now we're going to have some charity concerts within Ukraine, by the way, which the main purpose of them is to collect money for a winter uniform for our soldiers. So these are different purposes. But let me tell you honestly, I'm very much, grateful to all people who come to our concerts. Not only Ukrainians, but mostly for people from other countries. We see that the majority of our audience now is from different parts of the world, from these countries where we're coming from, native people. So certainly what they do is very important. But I think that even more important is the fact, the mental, the spiritual, the moral part of these meetings in the front and in Europe, because we're spreading a word about Ukraine. We're uniting Ukrainians who come, and then I see how inspired and encouraged to do more job, more work for Ukraine. They're committed. So it's very important just to keep Ukraine in focus. And I think these concerts, not only of us, but of all Ukrainian, let's say, ambassadors, are doing tremendous job for that.
I think one thing that stuns the audience from outside Ukraine, and I can talk not only about me, about my country, but I think it's in other European countries is similar, that many people did not know that much about Ukrainian culture. I mean, I started to listen to your music and to love it because of the war. That's very sad to say so, but this is how it happens. And what we all are stunned about is the resilience of the Ukrainian society, the way they are fighting on the battlefields, even ballet dancer volunteering to fight on the battlefields. And also something that strikes me is this kind of very strong humor. It's very specific humor in these really dark hours that I noticed through memes and other things in the internet. So how would you describe this cultural roots of resilience of the Ukrainian people that really impresses us.
You described two features that are very typical for freedom-loving nations. So for Ukrainians, the biggest value, and I can tell you, and I can defend my positions, is the freedom of choice, and the freedom of making decision, and the freedom be an owner and master of your own life. And actually, that's why Ukrainians are so resilient, and also why they use humor or why they use music, because they are free people. They are not relaxed in a way that of typical relaxation. You cannot be relaxed when you are at war, but they are in harmony with themselves. So they use all aspects of being a human being. You need to get relief. You need humor to get, because nobody's going to really to make themselves happier in the front line, with the conventional things like even alcohol, because it's forbidden and nobody actually does it. And frankly, I can tell you that in Ukrainian army and those who I see there, they're very sober and focused. So not too many things left for you to get a little bit more relaxed. So humor is one of them. And certainly another way is when you have opportunity and the security is, allows it, when you can talk to your families and you can see or even hear those who are beloved. So these are things that supports you. And when I talk about freedom, I mean it. I think for those foreigners who, as you say, were not familiar with Ukraine before the war, I'm trying to tell the difference between Ukrainians and Russians very simple. Ukrainians are the nation which thinks that the country and the state needs to be for a human being. And the Russian tends to think that the human being needs to live for a state. And these are two fundamental, different approaches to life. That's why they're ready to keep patience, to accept Putin, even to support him. While Ukrainians, when our former president Yanukovych, was trying to behave against the interests of the nation, he was thrown away. And that's who are Ukrainians. And I think this resilience and this humor, as you say, and these, ability to unite in very difficult situation is a strong part of being individualistic in a good way, in being ready to fight for your own freedom. That certainly brings some difficulties as well during peaceful life. For example, our messy politics. But that's a very strong thing when it comes to defending our values. And that's what we're doing now. And when Ukraine says that we are fighting, and our president and other people say that we are fighting not only for Ukrainian future, but for the future of the free world, we mean it. Because if Russia could win, I think they cannot, but if they could win, it means that their way of life could prevail in the world. And we are opposing this idea. We don't want to live in autocracy. We don't want to live in dictatorship. We don't want to live in a country which treats its own citizens as slaves or as building material. We want the country be a mechanism that serves the people. And that's what we're fighting for.
Thank you for fighting that fight. Thank you, Slava Vakachuk. Thank you. Thank you for taking your time, and have a safe trip back to Kiev. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Slava
Bye.
Ukraini.
Thank you. So I think that's the end of this panel today, and it was great to talk to Slava and to all our guests here, and thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Marietta. And can we get a round of applause for Marietta as well, who really is the foremost journalist. I can't really think of a better journalist to be leading a series of discussions on news, disinformation, misinformation, and so on. I hope you took away as much from that as I did. We're going to move now to our final program point. You'll see we're just moving around the furniture again. Before we do that, I just want to remind you of what we have up tomorrow, and that you should all join us tomorrow. We will have the neuroscientist Maren Orner with us here in person, as well as the China specialist Frank Sieren, who you saw today. We'll also have the CEO of the BVG, which is Berlin's local public transport agency. And maybe you saw the news today, that wildly popular €9 ticket. It's going to be continued, 29 euros, a little bit more expensive, but from October to the end of the year. So that's pretty good news for the city and for urban mobility, certainly in my opinion. So we'll talk to her tomorrow, Eva Kreinkamp, about how Berlin is managing that. And then we'll also speak to Peter Pomerantsev and as well as Carson Chan and Christoph Rauhut. Those are some of the discussions we have tomorrow. But now I just want to do a very quick roundup of what we heard today and the impressions that we got. So I would ask Christian Stöcker and Sevge Musaeva to join me back on stage for a brief wrap-up and discussion. Have a seat. Basically, we're just very quickly going to take stock here. And Sevge, I'd like to start with you because we just had this series of conversations on truth, fake news, disinformation. What was the main takeaway from all that you heard there?
The truth will win, and even in such challenging time as today, the war in Ukraine, and also that we see problems in Europe. My Hungarian colleague told an incredible situation, and unfortunately, challenging times now, not only in our country or Belarus, but also in Hungary. And this story impressed me. This story really impressed me. Of course, I know the problems now in Hungary, but I never can imagine that it can be like that. And the second one, I think that I hope so that all people today in audience understood how important truth is, and how important freedom of speech is, and how important independent journalism is. And it's a value, and you're very happy that you have it, like people that live in Germany, that you're not divided by walls, you don't have arrested journalists, you don't have kidnapped journalists. It's like a simple thing, but it's so important. It's a core element of your daily basis, but you never think about this when it's normal, when it's a part of your life.
Yeah, I can certainly say that's something we take for granted working as journalists sometimes here in Germany. Christian, looking at the overarching message of democracy of the day, what was your main takeaway from the discussions that you took part in and that you heard on the stage?
Well, first off, I want to thank Sevge for being here. You know, I've been working as a journalist for many years. I train young journalists, and I think you're a role model, you know? And that goes back to what I want to say about the day. I think, so we heard some powerful and passionate words this morning about not cooperating with dictators. We talked a lot about Ukraine and about Russia, and the name Putin, I think, was mentioned fairly often on this stage. And what all of that in combination, I think, shows is that, so if there's one positive, and it's hard to say it, phrase it like this, if there's one positive thing to come of this horrible war, is that the value of truth is such an old-fashioned word. Journalism is oftentimes, actually, when you're inside, it's kind of a cynical profession sometimes. And a lot of the cynicism in journalism, and also, I think that was visible on stage here today, has drained out of the profession over those last few months in Western Europe, because people realize what's at stake. And I think, so I've been annoyed by the fact that Russian propaganda has been riding hotshot over Europe for at least 8 years. Marietta Slomka talked about 2014. And so we haven't been aware of the assault that we've been under as a society or as societies. And I think the wake-up, and that's one of my takeaways from today, the wake-up call has been heard, that it's not useful to appease dictators, and it's not useful to cynically say, yeah, well, okay, a little bit of lying here and there is all part of the game. You know, I think it's a sobering moment for Western civilization.
That's certainly a good way to put it. One last question that I'll ask both of you, because this is a conference that's focusing on urban centers, on cities. If you could take that message and distill it into a policy note for mayors, what they need to do, what would you say, Sevgil? What is the message for mayors of cities who might be listening?
You know, after a lot of cities I saw after this war, I mean, Ukrainian cities that are destroyed, that actually disaster came to these places. People lost their jobs, people lost their relatives, people lost their house. Like, it's a big tragedy, it's a pain. And I realized that I never think about cities in such way, in such key, like that they should be protected, and you have to be ready, even in Berlin for something, like, because unfortunately in our country, I mean, yes, we are 8 years already in war, but we didn't have enough shelters, we didn't think about systems of sirens, about everything. Everything was like, yeah, we were not ready for that. Of course, yeah, I'm not like kind of a panic person, but and actually 1 month before the war, when I started to relocate my people from my office, because of people saw that I'm this girl from a Hollywood film that came that released in the end of the year. It's about that it will be a disaster in the world, and one scientist, I forgot the name of the film, sorry.
Don't Look Up.
Yeah, Don't Look, yes, sorry, thank you. It was Don't Look Up, and actually I was like this girl in January and February. But I don't want to make you panic and think about like bad scenarios, but like, think about people first. For all mayors, think about people first, not about, but yeah.
And Christian, quickly, what would you say?
Well, I mean, that's Anne Hidalgo, of course, is a prime example of that, and Berlin to an extent as well. You know, the city where I live, Hamburg, I come from the south of Germany. People in Hamburg, where I live now, claim that it's the most beautiful city in the world. Many people outside Hamburg disagree. But it's a good way, die schönste Stadt der Welt is the German line. It's a good way to show that cities are ideally very good at inspiring a kind of loyalty and cohesion and passion even, maybe. Berliners certainly have passion for Berlin, that can be made useful for the transformation that we desperately need. And I think it's much more likely, and I'm not the only person saying this, it's much more likely that the rapid things happen faster in cities. Everything happens faster in cities. Cities get bigger and bigger. People in cities think faster, move faster, have a different attitude to life. And I think people who live in cities are more ready to embrace transformation and more ready to see how transformation works in other cities. I mean, everybody's talking about Copenhagen all the time. Every city in Europe wants to be a little bit like Copenhagen. It's bikes everywhere, and energy supply is great. And so cities, I think, will have to be the seeds from which the rapid transformation that this entire planet needs can spread. And I think mayors who make that their priority are doing the right thing.
A laboratory, as we heard earlier today. Thank you both very, very much. Thank you, Sevgil and Christian, for wrapping up the day with us. Just before we let you go, that was the last program point of the day. Again, I mentioned this already, there's a full day of content tomorrow and speakers and discussions. You get to engage with us. But I want to remind you, don't go anywhere, because there's plenty to see and do here in this space. The room just above us here on the stage is going to be open and available. There's going to be music for the DJ, some drinks and some snacks, and Arts of the Working Class is setting up a stand as well. So please stay and enjoy. And thank you so much for your attention. through the course of the day. It's been wonderful with you, and we hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
So there's a little service and program information, so everybody finds his and her way. The book presentation with Hatje Kans, Server Manifesto by Niklas Mark, and the conversation with Francesca Bria will take place in Saal 6. So we call it Battlestar Galactica Bridge, but you find it at Saal 6. So the book presentation, Server Manifesto by Hatje Kans with Niklas Mark and Francesca Bria will start at 7:30, Saal 6, Battleship Galactica Bridge right behind me.